Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 Interconnection Process Enhancements Track 3A Working Group meeting, our first hybrid meeting for this. My name is Elena Koppel-Alford, and I'll be helping facilitate this meeting. Just a couple housekeeping reminders to get out of the way. This meeting is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without our permission. These collaborative working groups are intended to stimulate dialogue and engage different perspectives. Do please keep your comments professional and respectful, and try to be brief and not repeat what's already been said so we can manage our time. If you need technical assistance on the WebEx, you can send a chat to the event producer. Today's event producer is Silas. Okay, and on the WebEx to raise your hands, make sure you open the chat and participant panels so you can see the chat and see the raise hand icon. And within the participant panel, the raise hand icon is there at the bottom. And when you unmute, please remember to state your name and affiliation. If you dialed in outside of the WebEx, you can press *3 to get into the question queue. And you can send your questions in the chat to all panelists, or you can send them just to me, Elena Koppel-Alford. For our agenda today, Danielle is going to do the welcome, and then we're going to go through Track 3A and 3B initiative updates, the revised timeline review, questions on TPD allocation process, and then we're going to go to Caitlin Leotiris of American Clean Power, and then Eusebio Arbayo from EDF Renewables for our presentations, and have some in-depth discussion there. And if we end up going past lunch, we can have further discussion this afternoon. And I'm going to hand it over to Danielle. This one works.
All right. Thanks, Elena. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all again. It's been a little while. Same topic, different month, different track, which is exciting. And this track is going to be a meaty one. So we wanted to kind of go back on Track 3A to a working group process and make sure that we opened this up for more discussion and understanding, shared understanding of what some of the issues are around deliverability allocations. So we are in between the straw proposal and the draft final proposal phase. I shared this on our last working group meeting too, but I think just for everyone's benefit to get oriented on where we are in the proceeding or the initiative. We had Track 3A and Track 3B. Those tracks will continue, but I think what we're likely to do is we recognize from stakeholder comments that Track 3A, which is the deliverability allocation track, really needed more discussion, even though that discussion had been a little farther ahead of Track 3B. We are kind of taking it back. So I think when we come out with the next paper, it will probably be just a revised straw proposal for both Tracks 3A and 3B. Track 3B will continue to look at the Cluster 14 issues and intra-cluster prioritization. That seemed a little more straightforward and had more consistent and focused stakeholder support, I think, of moving forward with that. And so we didn't feel the need to take that back to work groups as much as we did the Track 3A content. So that's why we're here today. So the revised schedule is to post the next paper, again, a revised straw proposal that will include both Track 3A and 3B in mid to late October, post the draft final proposal in early December, and the final proposal in February of 2025, taking this to the Board of Governors, both tracks, in March of 2025. We've also provided some information, which we'll go over again today on the revised TPD allocation schedule. I think we have that up from last week as well, just to make sure everyone is clear on it. But for today's purpose, we want to provide some procedural updates and an update on the schedule changes for Track 3 of IPE, which I think we've done now. We can check that off the box or check that off the list. And then we want to explore further stakeholder proposals to resolve some of these issues. So we have two stakeholders who are presenting today. We have all day to discuss this. The PUC is here. Jared is here from the PUC, which is helpful and important participation. So I think given that we have two proposals and a full day to go through this, let's just try to ask a lot of questions and make sure that we're sort of starting at the beginning of all of our proposals and perspectives and give ourselves time to just sort of unpack whatever needs to be unpacked. So that's the goal. And again, this is all around TPD allocation issues to inform the next straw proposal. So this is the revised schedule that I mentioned. I'm just gonna, do you want to present on this now, Bob? Sure. And then we're going to do a quick review of what we talked about at the last working group, just so everyone kind of is grounded in the same place on this. And then we'll move into stakeholder proposals.
Yeah. All right. So hopefully everybody saw this when we talked about it last week, but just to kind of go over it briefly and talk about it a little bit further and see if anybody has any specific questions. But we are, well, let me back up. Within the tariff, we don't have any set timelines and due dates for the TPD allocation process. The tariff says that we'll initiate it following the final study of a cluster study process. We'll start this process and we'll send out a market notice as to the due dates and the time for the process. So we have a lot of flexibility here. We've looked at this and as to what are the requirements to actually do this, to do something that's somewhat different than what the normal has been. And we really have pretty much complete tariff authority to do what we want to, or what we propose here. So the reason being, you know, at first we thought maybe we were required to have an annual TPD process. We just need to figure out the dates. Well, it turns out the only time you actually need to implement the TPD allocation process is based off following the last study. So since there is no new study for cluster 14, so the next study will be cluster 15. So we're not required to do another process until cluster 15 studies are completed. That said, we want to do this as much as we can because we want to give projects that have actually received, meet various eligibility requirements of the TPD allocation process to give us their seeking affidavits and get an allocation. We want to work with those that have allocations now but have retention criteria to prove themselves in that process. So we plan on continuing to do this as much as we can. Now, the situation has come up that for cluster 15 studies starting June 1 of 2025, that's about the same time that the standard process for the TPD allocation process will run, to where we'd have two parallel studies, the cluster 15 cluster study and the 2025 TPD allocation study would both begin at about the same time. And we just can't really accommodate both those studies at the same time on a workload basis. And also it doesn't work well with the flow of information that goes typically from the TPD allocation study into the next cluster study and vice versa. So this is what we're proposing. People have asked us, well, are these firm dates? People need to know because they're planning on these dates. And my response to that is these dates are pretty firm. We might tweak them, maybe a month one way or another if we got some input that was kind of convinced us that we needed to do that. But bottom line is we have to move the 2025 TPD retention and seeking affidavit due date from the March 15th to September 1st of 2025, basically within that range. The range that is proposed here works well for us. It's not ideal from a study perspective because there's just so much going on during this time frame. But so we did our best to make it work, and I think this is the best shot that we can give for it. And so the chances of moving this I think are probably slim. But bottom line is, I think we're open to moving it slightly. But I think at these numbers or these dates are pretty good to be able to plan from. And then for 2026, we plan on skipping that. The reason being is if we give results in March of 2026 of the studies, and then we do another allocation and retention process in 2026, that's not a very long period for retention. Projects may have gotten their an allocation in March of 2026. And then if we do something, maybe later in the year, they may only have 6 months to actually retain that. And, if they're an allocation group where they're shortlisted and they got an allocation, now they got to firm it up with a PPA, and that may not be long enough for them. So we think the best way to deal with that is to actually skip the TPD allocation cycle for 2026. We have discussed possibly doing something where we might have a retention process, but don't think that really makes sense either. So this is what our proposal is. It's something that we're willing to take comments on, but bottom line is we have tariff authority to do this now. And then the next allocation after the 2025 year would be in 2027. That is currently the first year that the Cluster 15 projects we think would be eligible to seek an allocation. That's still to be determined within the Track 3A discussions as to when is the first point in time that any particular cluster group is able to seek an allocation. The proposal right now is that the first opportunity would come while the facility studies are going on. We thought that would be good to, I would say the majority of projects would not be ready to be seeking an allocation at that point in time, but there might be a small number that would be ready, and we didn't want to necessarily take it off the table where they couldn't seek an allocation. So that's the way the proposal stands right now. But it's still in the, we've done the revised straw proposal. The next paper will be a second revised straw proposal. So we still have time to work on that particular issue. So with all that said, are there any questions related to this?
We have 3 hands in the queue on WebEx. We can go to Susan Schneider's, had her hand first. Go ahead, Susan. We can't hear you. You might be double muted. Can you try one more time, Susan?
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear your audio slightly, but it sounds like you're really cutting out.
Well, I actually unplugged my microphone because you couldn't seem to hear me before. Is this a little bit better?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thanks.
Okay, I really apologize. Okay, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I had just a quick agenda question. I think the agenda that was posted yesterday, there was a third presentation, I think from Calwea on the agenda. Is that whatever that was going to be? Is that that's not going to be discussed today?
Hi, Susan, this is Danielle. No, Calwea is they actually asked us to clarify something. So we updated the slides and we'll be clarifying that, but they are not making a proposal today.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and Bob, a couple things on the TPD allocation schedule. I think there's probably, at least based on what I've heard, broad support for these changes here. I think there's some people who maybe were adding storage and might have wanted to come in earlier for an allocation or something like that, but that seems to be outweighed by the additional time people have for compliance, especially in Group B and Group D. So I think there is probably broad support, and I don't want to second guess any comments you might get on the 11th. Is there any way to get a little, because what's really riding on this is so much. If people think they have additional time and then something happens and it turns out they have, a month, either way is one thing, but like 3 months less or something, that would be a really disastrous thing for them. And so I'm wondering if there's any way the CAISO might make a little more official announcement of this, assuming you don't get any opposition on the 11th or otherwise to this schedule here.
Yeah, I think you understand that we would like to have comments from everybody to make sure
Of course.
we don't want to make any changes to this at this point in time. So yeah, once we get all the comments in and we develop the next paper for Track 3, at that point in time, I think we can at least ascertain it. Are we ready to actually make such an announcement and make it firm? And it probably will depend on how much support we get or don't get for this particular time frame, whether we're able to firm that up or not.
Okay, thank you. That would be really great. Yeah, and I didn't want to second guess it either, but I know you have to wait for that. But thanks for considering it. And then I guess I just wanted to clarify, I think when we had the last workshop, you guys had said that the tariff had required an annual process for the TPD allocation. And so you would have to make a tariff filing to cancel the 2026 one. And I think what you just said before was that the tariff requires you to have an allocation process after the cluster studies are done. And so since you're not doing cluster studies in or they won't be finishing cluster studies in 2026, you don't have to have that, which implies that you don't need to do a tariff filing for canceling 2026. So I just wanted to see if we could get some clarification on that.
Yeah, that was my purpose, to kind of go through that. We were originally mistaken. We thought we did need to do it annually. And typically we do, because we typically end a cluster study process annually. But since we don't have one in 2026, in 2026 that is ending, we really don't have to do one until the next cluster studies are completed. So in essence, we looked it over with legal and came to the conclusion, no, we don't have to do a tariff filing to accomplish this.
Okay. I mean, technically you don't even have to do the 2025 one, but I think everybody of course wants you to do that, especially, with cluster
That's correct,
14.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we want to do this as much as practical, because we do understand, projects are going to get in PPAs, and we don't want either the developer or the off-taker to be having to wait, long periods of time to find out whether or not they're going to be able to get an allocation or not.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying that, Bob. I appreciate it. That's all I have today, or for this one slide. Sorry.
Thanks, Susan. Let's go to our next hand from Alan.
Yeah, hi, this is Alan Combs with New Energy Works Consulting. I'd say it's great to get this clarity. It's very helpful. The first one is that maybe it'll be somewhere else in the agenda, but if the TPD study starts in November of 2025, will CAISO clarify that there will still be a reassessment in 2025, or provide more details of its schedule? I just want to make sure that doesn't get skipped in any of this.
Yeah, the reassessment, excuse me, has already been filed with FERC, the schedule for that. So the reassessment is basically the same as the restudy process that was in the FERC order number 2023. So the way the process works, we have a cluster study process, we have a restudy or a reassessment in ISO terms, which is more broad than the FERC envisioned restudy process, because it includes more than just a current studied cluster. And then we go into facility studies. So that's all laid out and is already developed into a calendar at this point in time.
All right. And then my next question was just, so although a lot of TPD was allocated to cluster 14, and this is the schedule for retention and another TPD allocation cycle, over half parked, at least in terms of megawatts. So those projects will park, and their second IFS would be due like maybe July of 2026. Is that what's implied here?
That's a question. That's something we may have to file with FERC, an adjustment to that. I believe the tariff states that once the project parks, that their equivalent to their second posting is due 12 months after that. It basically delays their requirement to make their second posting by 12 months. If we delay this, the process for the TP allocation process longer than the 12 months from the 2024 cycle, they might have to make their posting before they're ready to get into the next allocation cycle. So that's something we're going to have to look at and maybe make an adjustment in a tariff filing.
I know this is an issue that's been visited before, but I know a lot of projects would like to progress on their interconnection agreement, but can't because they're parked. I mean, they could if they converted to energy only, but they'd rather, stay as a full capacity project in the queue, wait for another allocation opportunity. If there's some way a project could progress on its IA with just maybe its RNUs, either because you have to, because you've pushed out the TPD allocation, or just as a general matter, I think that would be very beneficial. I mean, I think a lot of parties understand that got a lot of work to do the TPD allocation, but the rationale for holding up on an IA that could still be progressing as plan of service is, I don't think is as strong, right? As a lot of projects would like to get going with their plan of service upgrades, including the short circuit duty upgrades. So I'll just hold that out there, something we raise in comments, but
Yeah, Alan, if you would put that in your comments,
Yeah.
that's something that we hadn't envisioned in the proposal to date. So, yeah, put that in your comments. We'll
all right,
consider that.
thank you.
Okay, let's go to our next hand from Max. Max, go ahead.
You guys hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Max Code with Pattern Energy. I just wanted to understand how this workflow kind of rolls into the TPP. And really the question is this going to create a dynamic where there's a year of deliverability created that's not actually allocated until the next year?
Well, this, to speak to 2025, the TPD projects that would go to the board in May of 2025 would be approved and be known at the time to do the TPD allocation process for that year. By skipping the next year, there may be some upgrades that are put in place that are not allocated until 2027. So that could be an issue.
Okay. Do you guys have any issue with that, or like, do you think it's going to create an unfair dynamic in any way, or do you think that that's fine? Because that's the way that I know that the TPD allocation cycle is tied to the cluster studies, but in my head, I really think about it as like the deliverability is created in the TPP and the TPD allocation hands it out.
Well, I don't know that I would consider it an unfair issue. It may be considered, maybe an unfortunate issue for some projects that may be waiting for a particular upgrade, knowing that it's coming and banking on it. But, so that's something we may want to consider and take a look at. And, we're at this point in time, we don't know what upgrades are going to be that go to the board in 2026. So it's hard to speculate. Is that going to be a significant issue or not?
Okay, makes sense. And then I don't know if you guys have considered last week when we talked about this stuff, it was touched on that there may be an opportunity for legacy projects to have one more chance to pursue TPD allocation as energy only, if they were converted to energy only. Is that something that you guys have thought about further?
Yeah, that's something we actually did put in the proposal to have kind of a transition period for existing projects, cluster 14 and earlier, to seek an allocation in the group A or B, known as what we're proposing to be the PPA groups and the shortlist group, to have one more year for energy only projects to compete in that. We are at least thinking about, expanding that to 2 years based on comments that we've received that are requesting that. So that's on the table, and we're working through that now.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for this one.
Okay, thanks, Max. We have 2 more hands. The next hand is Renee.
Hi, this is Renee Steichen with Rev Renewables. My question is not necessarily tied to this slide, but more Danielle's comment on like the level setting. Just so I'm clear for discussions today, are the track 3A proposals, those would be potentially implemented for the 2025 TPD year, or like, I guess, are all of them envisioned to be implemented for the 2025 TPD year, and therefore impacting cluster 14 and beyond? Or are there some that would be only for cluster 15 and beyond, so like not until, I guess, the 2027 TPD year?
So the proposal that's out there, the straw proposal, is addressing both cluster 15 and clusters prior to cluster 15. So it impacts all the clusters or all projects that would be seeking an allocation. So they would all be implemented together.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. It seems like ideally they would be implemented all for the 2025 TPD year and therefore impacting everything
Yeah,
that's already
that's
in the
correct.
queue as
It's-
well. Yeah.
Yeah, originally, this track 3A, we were hoping to go to the board in December so that we could have it all in order to us by March of 2025 to implement it all in March of 2025. Now that we are actually going to the board in March of 2025, it gives us more time to actually work through and have these work group discussions to think about some issues further and then have them have a FERC order in time to be able to implement these by September of 2025 as proposed here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Let's go to our next hand from Vineet.
Hey Bob, hi, this is Vinny from Clearway. Just a clarifying question. In 2026 year, along with the allocation cycle, there won't be any retention cycle as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's, excuse me, that's what we're proposing is that we would skip the full TPD cycle in 2026.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Vineet. We have one more hand from Fernando.
Hey, good morning, Bob and Kaisla team. Appreciate the clarifications on schedules going forward. Bob, can you just refresh my memory on when a developer needs to or a project needs to exhaust its 3 opportunities to seek deliverability? For example, on Q Cluster 15, those customers, are they required to seek delivery for the first time during that cycle, and then their opportunities would exhaust by the 2029 TPD year, or can they postpone seeking the deliverability and have that period be extended out into the future?
And the current proposal is that projects, once they have that first opportunity, the clock starts ticking, whether they utilize each of the 3 opportunities or not, they basically have those 3 opportunities. So it's, you know, for the way it's proposed right now for cluster 15, they would have an opportunity in 2027, 28, and 29, and that's
Okay.
it. And so, and there wouldn't be an opportunity to defer that. That said, I'm not a fan of this because I'm not looking for ways for projects to actually linger in the queue and postpone their seeking deliverability. But, you know, the fact that we're working through these issues where there's long, excuse me, there's long lead time upgrades, that projects may not be, you know, in a position to be able to get a PPA, be shortlisted. I
Yeah.
think deferring the opportunity to, their 3 or potentially 4 opportunities is on the table. You know, as I said, though, I'm not a fan of that. I'm looking for better and other ways to fix that particular issue with long lead time upgrades and projects not being able to necessarily be qualified to get an allocation in the time frame within that 3 or 4 opportunity period.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Bob. That syncs up with my understanding. Appreciate the confirmation. Very helpful.
Thanks, Fernando. We have one more hand from Susan.
This
Susan,
isn't
go ahead.
Schneider Phoenix Consulting. Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think I fixed it. Sorry. Okay, just a clarifying question, and this may be another advantage of delaying the TPD cycle. So the TPD cycle that that would be that would start in September of 2025, would it include upgrades coming out of the 2024-2025 TPP?
Yes, with those upgrades being approved in May. I could look at the engineers, but I think there's plenty of time after the board approves it in May to get those into the studies that actually don't start till November. So I don't think there's really any issues for the 2025 allocation year to have the 2025 approved projects be in that process. And I'm seeing some shaking of heads of the engineers, so.
Is that nodding yes or no?
Yes, nodding yes, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and then of course it would also include the 2023-2024 upgrades, which were not in the last TPD allocation cycle, but they would roll into this next one in September of 2025 as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification.
Thanks, Susan. That's all the hands we had on WebEx.
I don't care. So this is a slide. Actually, we've got a number of slides which were that we presented last week. One, to at least kind of ground everybody again, in case some people may have missed that last meeting, kind of really what we're doing in these work groups and really the three main issues that we're really grappling with and trying to find solutions for. And within the proposal that we put out for the TPD allocation modifications, for the most part, it works pretty well. But we are now getting into a kind of a bit of a new paradigm where we're seeing longer and longer lead times for both DNUs and reliability network upgrades, deliverability network upgrades, and reliability network upgrades. And that's becoming more prevalent. And it makes it difficult for the process as it is laid out. And let me just jump to that to kind of ground everybody in the issue, where this is what we have proposed in the last paper, the revised draw proposal that we put out, where a project would have 3 consecutive opportunities to seek an allocation, beginning with the affidavit window that closes during the cluster's interconnection facility study. I spoke on that a bit earlier. And after the 3rd opportunity to seek an allocation, projects that have not received an allocation will be converted to energy only. So it may be difficult for projects with long lead time RNUs or long lead time DNUs to actually get a power purchase agreement or being shortlisted within that time frame before they're converted to energy only. So even if the number of opportunities were increased to 4, what that means is we proposed 3 opportunities. Some people have asked us to increase that to 4. That's something we're considering, particularly knowing that that first opportunity that we have proposed is during the facility study, and most projects wouldn't be in a position to actually be able to utilize that opportunity. So I think we're leaning towards going to 4 and keeping that initial start date. So with that in mind, if you've got a long lead time upgrade, reliability or deliverability, you may not be able to get an allocation in the time frame that the process has developed, for your project to utilize. And so you're converted to energy only, and then you're at a lesser position and opportunity, I think, to actually get a PPA. So the issue is, going back to this, in these 3 different cases, how do you deal with that? What if a project has a DNU where they can get deliverability, the capacity is there for their project, but that DNU that they need to rely on to actually become full capacity delivery status is not going to be in service for 8 to 10 years. Project in that condition likely is not going to be able to get a power purchase agreement within that 3 to 4 opportunity window, and then they're converted to energy only. Within the paper, we kind of discussed that and said, well, if projects come in too early, they're going to be in that situation, so they need to time themselves. That, I think, I'll just say, from my knowledge of how interconnection customers typically work, they're willing to come in early. And so that could actually create churn where projects come in, they get studied, they go through their opportunities, get converted to energy only, withdraw and put another project in, or don't even wait for that 3-year period. Every year, put a project in, trying to get a project positioned for when that deliverability network upgrade comes into service. On the reliability side, projects that have a long lead time RNU, that are, well, to back up, the DNUs are going to get built because they're coming through the transmission plan as policy-driven upgrades. So they're going to be funded, they're going to be built regardless of projects that actually are going to be in place to use those. On the reliability network upgrade side, those upgrades are funded by the interconnection customer, and the interconnection customer typically doesn't want to fund those upgrades until they have a PPA. So if you've got a long lead time RNU that you need to even come into energy only operation, and you're having a hard time getting a PPA because your COD is so far out, there again, this is even a more difficult situation because those upgrades are not going to be built by projects if nobody's getting a PPA. So we need to think about that. If there are some RNUs out there that we know are eventually going to be needed to meet the state goals, who's going to actually fund those? And have we developed a TPD process that is just going to create a lot of churn and no one actually stepping forward to actually pay for those upgrades that we know are eventually going to be needed? So we need to find a solution for that issue as well. On the first one, we talked last time about, well, could we do early, do some PPAs where a project comes online, energy only, waiting a few years for their DNU to be completed, or then they become full capacity delivery status. That one I think is potentially a more easy issue to be able to deal with through the PPA process. We'll have some discussions about that today, whether people think that's appropriate to actually come online energy only and have to wait some number of years from either the developer standpoint or the off-taker standpoint. On this number 2 related to RNUs, that one's a more difficult one. It's not as, if someone's going to do a long lead time PPA, if you will, whether PPA is, or the project's not going to come online for, 7 or more years. I don't know. I have a feeling that either developer or the off-taker are not going to be very enthusiastic of doing such long lead time PPAs. And then the last item, number 3 here, is we've got kind of a third kind of issue related to this. Excuse me, where the project can't come online in a short term because it's a long lead time resource, such as offshore wind, or maybe out-of-state wind, where not only does a out-of-state wind project need to get built, there's a major transmission line to serve it that needs to be built. So these projects have long lead times before the project can come into commercial operation under any conditions. And so the same issue of having 3 to 4 opportunities to get an allocation and then being converted to energy only works, I think, least of all for these type of projects. I think in my personal feeling about this one, I think this one, we can come up with some solutions in a way where I think it might be appropriate to do some sort of a carve out for these type of projects because they're very easily defined and categorized and put in a situation where most projects can't utilize that special unique consideration for these type of projects. So at least from my mind, that kind of unique treatment of long lead time resources is on the table for discussion. I can't say the ISO has come up with a solution that we're willing to or ready to actually try to articulate at this point in time in this meeting. I know it's been asked of us, but we're really using these meetings to try to get input from all of you of what your thoughts are so that we can entertain your thoughts in our next proposal as well, not be something that's just the ISO developing the proposal. So these are the 3 issues that we're really trying to tackle today. There were some slides for discussion on those. There is one other one that I'll just bring up quickly, which is something that will be discussed in one of the presentations today. Is we had proposed in the revised TRA proposal to do away with allocation group D. The reason that we wanted to do away with it is what we saw in cluster 14. We saw a lot of projects that were not able to get an allocation through the PPA path or the shortlisted path. So they went and chose the allocation group D path. And so a lot of capacity was allocated to those projects, which is actually impacting the amount of projects that can be studied in cluster 15. We don't think necessarily that that's, well, let me put it this way. Initially, we thought that wasn't really the best way to go, to each year give out some conditional type of allocations through allocation group D, and then kind of shortchange the next cluster group on the number of projects can be studied. That said, well, maybe that's something that we ought to really let the stakeholder community decide on. What do they think about that issue? Would they rather see allocation group D continue. And we did get comments from at least one off-taker that really likes the allocation group D because it allows them to seek to do a contract with projects that they know that if they give them a PPA within the time frame that they have to retain that group D allocation, that that project is going to retain that allocation. And that was helpful for their procurement process. So that put us in a position that thought, okay, you know, maybe we should keep that, because that was really the reason that we put allocation group D in there in the first place, is to give people more assurance for an allocation within the procurement process. So in order to do that, and at the level that allocation or cluster 14 utilized group D and how it might be utilized in the future, we think under that continuing scenario that we probably ought to get rid of the what are known as the group D restrictions, which are listed here under the sub-bullet under the first main bullet. So that's what we're thinking of doing, and we want to hear everybody's thoughts on that. Because the real pro in is this, is, as I said, it works well for the process where people are negotiating a PPA and they know whether they have an allocation or not if they follow through with a PPA in time. The con is it will impact the next cluster by reducing the number of, or the capacity of projects that would be studied. That issue really is less of an ISO concern and more of a developer and off-taker community concern, I think. You know, from the ISO perspective, we kind of like the aspect that we're studying less projects. You know, that makes for our studies more accurate and able to do it on a good timeline. But we definitely want to leave it up to stakeholders to weigh in on this and steer our thinking on this. What is the best way to do that? So that's an item that we want to really address in this work group as well. And one of the presentations will be addressing this. So related to all that, does anybody have any questions before we move on? I think, are we ready then to bring in the stakeholder proposals? So let's open it for questions before we do that.
We do have a hand on WebEx from Sushant.
Sushant, we're not getting any audio from your line. You might be double muted.
Hi, this is Sushant from Clearway. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes.
Thanks. Hi, Bob. I wanted to go back to the long lead time resource and reserving TPD for that on that slide. We do think that this should not be done at the expense of ensuring system reliability or meeting decarbonization mandates, because what we have seen is the resources that are long lead in nature, the CPUC portfolios themselves have fluctuated over the years. And so we encourage CAISO to think about, if there is going to be a reservation, what would be the process of revising that reservation in case portfolios change? And maybe also think about whether that needs to be extended to resources that become long lead time because of transmission issues, and not just the long lead nature of resource build out itself. So yeah, that we don't have a proposal on that, but I think we need to be careful of not reserving capacity because it will be taken away from some other resources in that case.
Thanks, Sushant. Maybe before we go to the next question too, one of the things that we got some questions on from CalWIA is whether we could explain the process for TPD reservation in the workshop today, how it's used, what we have tariff authority over. Maybe before we take more questions, now would be a good time for us to walk through that. And that way everyone kind of has that base knowledge for the rest of the discussion today. So I'll see if Binay can walk through that.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. This is Binay from CAISO. So we got a few questions from CalWIA regarding reserving capacity for long lead time resources. So I'll go through, there are 4 questions, so I'll go through them one by one. So the first question was, what long lead time resources will be eligible for capacity reservation? So currently we've been reserving capacity for out-of-state wind and offshore wind for the amount that are in the baseline portfolio. The next question is, how will capacity be reserved in the TPD allocation? So for the offshore wind, we model generic resource for the amount that's in the portfolio. So, but before that, we do also take into account the resource that are coming through the GIP process that already has TPD or seeking TPD in the current TPD study. So considering that and whatever is the difference or leftover to meet the total capacity in the CPUC portfolio for that resource type, we model that as a generic resource in the TPD study. So that's how we've been reserving capacity for offshore wind resources. For the out-of-state wind, we reserve capacity by expanding MIC where the out-of-state is coming through. The third question is, how will long lead time resources be allocated to reserve TPD? So it'll be allocated once the resource come through the GIP process and seek deliverability during the TPD study. So that's how it'll get allocated. And the last question is, when will CAISO start to reserve TPD for long lead time resources? We've been already reserving this as I mentioned. Currently, we're reserving for the out-of-state wind and offshore wind for the amount that is included in the CPUC base portfolio. All right, I'll stop here. Those were the 4 questions. If there is any follow-up question, we'll take that now.
Thanks, Vinay. This is Rayanne Quadro from Gridwell Consulting. To the extent that TPD gets allocated to a generator with a long lead resource, how will the CAISO apply conventions for removing deliverability if that project doesn't meet commercial operation? Would you just push that back into the phantom generator billing, or would at some point in the future that capacity become eligible for competition, a non-wind resource? Is there an end time for that?
It's Jeff here with California ISO. If that was the case, it would go back and into the generic as long as the portfolio is including that capacity in the portfolios.
Thank you.
And I'll just add to that, that this process also, we also have a process for reserving TPD allocations for out-of-state projects or long lead time projects with transmission through reserving the MIC, the maximum import capability. So similar process, and we'll lay this all out in the next paper so that everyone has it in writing and can sort of see where the tariff authority exists. I was going to ask Sushant a follow-up question too. I think, you know, your idea of maybe considering this special pathway for long lead time resources also extending out to projects with long lead time transmission upgrades. You know, I think that shows sort of like a blending of these 3 issues that are on the screen right now of how do we draw the lines between these 3 issues, and do we need to draw lines between these 3 issues, or are they actually all the same issue? Do they require separate treatments or separate solutions, or do we just need to even think a little bit more systemically about how to revise the process? Sorry, that's kind of a meta question, Sushant.
Hi, yeah, Sushant, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, oh, can you hear me, Danielle?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I do think there is an overlap, and that was really our concern, where both type of resources are flagged as being required to meet portfolio and specific goals, and giving preference to one type of resource over the other, which could, in terms of the resource build out itself, could be much quicker. Are we trading off any system reliability in midterm was our concern. And I do think we need to tread a little carefully on that. And that's where the suggestion about, well, we don't even have to go all the way to failure of a long lead time resource to get built. But even if the portfolio changes in between, what is the insurance or assurance for resources that can get built but had to just wait because of longer lead time network upgrades? And might be a more optimal solution to reserve that deliverability for those resources that can get built quickly. But yeah, I don't have an answer, but these are, I think, considerations we need to look at.
Okay, thanks, Sushant. So we have a number of hands on the WebEx. Let's go to Songjay.
Hi, Songjuju from Codas on behalf of Carrier. Just a few follow-up question to Binay. You mentioned that question number 2, you preserve TBD based on the portfolio and then subtracting the amount of TBD already allocated. And also you are going to subtract the amount that is seeking TBD. Not very clear about why. So if it's still seeking TBD, then it doesn't have the TBD yet. So you are not going to preserve for that amount.
I didn't quite hear it clearly, but the seeking resource, we're not preserving. We're already studying that amount. So for the seeking amount, we're not preserving for that. So this is how we've been doing. So already allocated plus seeking, subtracting that from the portfolio amount is the amount that we will be modeling as a generic, if that makes sense, Songday.
Yeah, just think of the seeking one, then they go to the TPD allocation. Then the reservation doesn't include already, because you already deduct that from the reservation. So they will just compete with others just normally. So if it ranks lower, then it may not get the allocation.
Sorry, I didn't follow.
So maybe it's easier to take some example. So like you reserve 1,000 megawatts, so that 1,000 megawatts is from portfolio minus the allocated minus the seeking ones. So there's a 500 megawatt is seeking. So that 500 so you are not reserving 1,500 megawatt, instead of you are just reserving 1,000 megawatt. Then when it comes to, because it's seeking, right, in the allocation, that 500 megawatt doesn't count against the 1,000 megawatt you are reserving. So you're still reserving 1,000 megawatt, then this 500 megawatt just need to compete to get TBD allocation. If it doesn't get allocation because it ranks lower, maybe it's in group B, then the group A other project could get it, then what do you do? In the next cycle, you reserve more.
Okay, sorry, I didn't still quite follow, but the priority wise, we are giving the highest priority for this generic resource that we are preserving capacity. So before we give it out to any other seeking generator, we will reserve it first for these resources that we are reserving capacity for, and the rest will get allocated.
Oh, so you will need to modify the TBD allocation rules and kind of like bump up their priority to be ahead of everyone else.
Well, Sanjay, this is Bob. If I understand your scenario, within the TP allocation process for long lead time upgrades that are using the reserve capacity, we will only be considering long lead time resources that are competing for that capacity. So if you're thinking that maybe some other type of resource would have a higher score than a long lead time resource, would they actually get it? And we wouldn't be even considering other type of resources within the allocation process for that specific capacity. Am I understanding that correctly? In
Yeah,
your
kind of, but
question?
then I'm puzzled just because the reserved capacity doesn't include the capacity needed for the seeking ones. So the reservation excludes what's already in the queue that is seeking. So that's why I'm a little bit confused here. I thought you will reserve for the seeking ones as well. Then you only allow the LLT to use the reserved capacity, like you said. But since you're not preserving for the seeking, I don't know how it. I'm just not sure how it works.
Yeah, Sanjay, it sounds like there's some detail that that we're not quite getting here. So if you could put that in we're doing written comment. Yeah, we'll take a look at it and make sure you know what we're thinking works in terms of the current allocation process. Thanks, Sanjay.
Okay, thank you. Our next hand is from Somia.
Hi, this is Samia Shastri. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Samia Shastri with PG&E. And I had one reaction and then had a couple questions. So the reaction was on Shushan's point, and it's on this item number 3. I think, you know, from a policy perspective, the state has decided that certain types of resources do need some prioritization. So non-solar renewable generation or non-lithium ion long duration storage. So it does seem to me that it is important to hold some space for these types of resources that can be very location specific. And because of that, I don't see that as the same as the long lead time transmission upgrade, because those tend to be for other resources, any generic resource, generic solar, generic storage. So to me, it is important that that distinction be retained, especially given that DWR is going to be doing this centralized procurement for these resource types in the next 5 years. So I think that's an important consideration, and thinking about releasing that deliverability, I think that it would make sense for any releasing to consider the timing of the DWR processes. So that was one point. And then, you know, I heard the concern about midterm reliability goals, but I don't think that if the concern is, it doesn't make sense to treat long lead time upgrades as the same as long lead time resources if the concern is midterm, because those are going to be a long time away anyway. So that was the reaction. I think we will probably have some suggestions on expansion from the 2 categories that the CAISO has included, that we will include in our comments, but, you know, very location specific, non-lithium ion storage, you know, potentially geothermal, the kinds of things that the DWR would also be procuring for. So that's my point on sort of the policy and how that falls into number 3. My question is on going back to number 1. Is the concern, I heard a couple of concerns raised here. This is just clarification. Or is the concern how projects get TPD, or is the concern achieving milestones after they get TPD to retain that TPD because of concerns of projects really lingering in the queue for a really long time? So, or is it both?
Well, this is Bob. The concern is just being able to qualify to get an allocation of transmission plan deliverability. The transmission is being built, so the transmission at some point in time will be there for projects in that, that are utilizing those particular upgrades. But if they are out far enough, being that the deliverability network upgrades or in-service dates are out far enough, and under the way that procurement typically happens today, the COD and the date that the deliverability is obtained typically coincide. And if that COD and deliverability date is out 8 to 10 years, a project isn't going to get a PPA within the time frame or within the window where they are able to seek an allocation. So if they are converted to energy only before any load serving entity is willing to procure that type of project, then they're converted to energy only, and they're, at least under the current proposal, they're no longer able to seek an allocation of TPD except for being in commercial operation. So
Playing that out, and I appreciate that last time we had a pretty robust discussion about why EO procuring an energy only project long before the delivery, like that would be sort of unworkable, or seems unworkable from both a buyer and a developer perspective. But can you maybe elaborate on why it's problematic, and this may not work for other reasons, but can you wait to assign the deliverability until closer to when the upgrade would be ready? Or, I mean, I can see a lot of downsides, but is that a possibility? Or that's one question. And another is, say if the project, what if they didn't get it? I think you mentioned that you don't like seeing projects sort of withdraw and then re-enter at the same location. But is that kind of that pausing also a kind of possibility if it's specifically for these long lead time items?
well, the concern that we've got is if you allow projects to defer their opportunities to begin to seek an allocation, that we could see, if you've got a long lead time deliverability network upgrade that's 10 years out, we could see, 3 or 4 cluster groups of projects come in, be studied, and then just lingering in the queue, waiting for that deliverability network upgrade to have its in-service date horizon be soon enough to where PPAs are now viable for that particular upgrade. And that,
so why is
leads
that?
to
I mean, just for education, why is that bad?
because
I'm sorry if this
all
is
of those
ignorant.
projects are sitting in the queue, have upgrades that are needed and reserved for them, that future clusters might actually be able to use those same upgrades if there weren't so many projects in the queue. But with all those projects reserving those upgrades, you start building network upgrades on top of network upgrades to the point that we have going on what we have in cluster 14, where we've got so many RNUs required across the cluster that the closest in-service date for everybody is 10 years out in a particular area, because a particular network upgrade isn't needed for maybe a small number of projects, but with the large number of projects, they're all sharing in the same network upgrade that pushes their COD out 10 years for all of them. And that's going to be playing out across the board for these long DNUs, where we're going to have just a lot of projects sitting in the queue, vying and waiting for that upgrade to be close enough to their COD to where now they can seek a PPA. And then you're going to have just a lot of projects, competing for that PPA at that point in time, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but the data behind those projects may not necessarily be accurate on all the upgrades that are needed, because some of them are upgrades that we know will never be needed, just because the sheer number of the projects are still in the queue that haven't withdrawn, to where we can get rid of some of those longer lead time upgrades.
Okay, I was trying to be creative, but and I guess this is the last question, is it possible that there is some sort of I mean, Susan raised the question, the idea last time of almost a financial commitment to start that, to start the process. That is one idea, although just holding money also can harm developers. But is there a possibility of starting any sort of commitment to start the RNUs or get the LGIA done, but then some sort of set aside for projects that do that for this deliverability, for the TPD associated with the long lead time item? So is there a way that they can start the process and almost have a reservation similar to the long lead time if they have started their process or signed their LGIA, but they don't have to have a contract? I guess that's almost like Group D, but is there some solution there or ideas there?
Well, if you've got some ideas around that, some criteria that we could use, I think that's a possibility. I mean.
Okay, thanks.
one thing
I'm
that's-
just throwing things out there. If others have ideas, I'd love to hear them too. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, just one idea that, could be thrown out there as well is doing an auction process. Once you've completed your study and in order to get an allocation, do an auction process and the winning bidders actually get that TPD regardless of how long it's going to take them to come into commercial operation. So there are ways of dealing with that. So what we're looking for is people to kind of put together some ideas that they think are workable and let's figure out which ones are kind of garner the most support across the stakeholder community.
I have this is Jared Ferguson with the PUC. I have a quick follow-up question to that hypothetical discussion, Bob. You were saying that if you sort of like stored the projects before you allocate TBD in this, you would have a buildup of upgrades needed. But I guess sort of, would it not sort of be, they would all be competing for that same TBD or TPD? So rather than needing all those upgrades, you would need sort of like one or two of those sets of upgrades. So it not so much needing to build all those upgrades, but just not sure which set of upgrades you would need depending on which project was actually awarded the TPD when that time got closer.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe the engineers might want to talk about a little bit further how that works, but for the deliverability network upgrades, those upgrades are in place. And so it's a defined set and people are planning on those upgrades to be able to utilize them. It's the reliability network upgrades that more projects mean more reliability network upgrades. A project in cluster 16 can't rely on the same reliability network upgrades put in place by cluster 15 for projects that are still in the queue. So there's going to have to be some additional upgrades to be able to accommodate bringing those projects into service. Same thing is going to happen for cluster 16. They can't utilize the same RNUs as prior projects, so new RNUs are going to have to be designed to accommodate them. And as you were in cluster 17, if a lot of projects are in cluster 15 and 16, those upgrades aren't going away. And so it's hard to really know what a cluster 16 or 17 project really needs. Once projects go through the withdrawal process and we do the reassessment, we determine what upgrades are still truly needed at that point in time. And if we have a significant number of withdrawals, it does kind of reset the study and the number of upgrades can be significantly reduced and you get a better picture of what's needed for a particular project. But if none of the projects withdraw, then like in cluster 14 right now, we're trying to figure out a method to be able to bring on some of the projects sooner because they don't all need to have the reliability network upgrades in service that the cluster studies, they all say they all need as a cluster group. But if you look at them individually, some can come online before that particular upgrade is needed. And in some cases, we assume the upgrades that are needed for the entire cluster will never be needed because eventually enough will withdraw. So that's kind of the scenario that we're trying to avoid, is kind of this pancaking of reliability network upgrades cluster after cluster that at some point becomes unrealistic and you don't really have a good picture of what it really requires for that project to come online. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thanks, Bob. Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. Have you put any more thought cycles into potentially shifting the funding mechanisms? We talked about kind of a field of dreams proposal last time, where there might be long-term resources or network upgrades needed that are also like no-brainers for reliability. Like no matter what, we're gonna need them because we see how the CPC portfolio is going. I remember historically there was a funding mechanism in Southern California for that. It was sort of a unique situation. But is there any appetite at the CAISO to revisit that for these long-term reliability network upgrades?
Well, that's something that I think is a potential solution. I'm not sure how much is in the realm of the ISO to actually bring forward a process to accommodate that, and how much might actually be in the PUC's realm to be able to accommodate that, to be able to do where, I think I threw out the, build it, they will come, that determining what are the low risk, trying to think of the other term I was using, but anyway.
Long
the low,
lead RNUs.
well,
right?
no regrets type of upgrades that that if you build them, they're going to be utilized. They're not going to end up having some stranded costs associated with specific resources. It seems like one opportunity would be to come up with some criteria of what would be a least regrets type of upgrade, let the PTOs build them, even though particular network or customers aren't needing those upgrades at that point in time. Once they're in service, let the PTOs rate base those and let the customers come in and seek that capacity, the reliability type of capacity that is going to be needed. So I think that's a potential solution.
Can you remind me of the name of the upgrades that were funded that way last time?
There is a process called the LCRIF
That's what I was
that
thinking of.
I was going to study that before this meeting and didn't get a chance to do that, to remind myself. It's something that we haven't really used for a number of years. So that's something we could take a look at again and see if there might be some opportunity to reenact that. But it's my understanding there were some, if I remember correctly, there were some stranded costs associated with that particular program.
Maybe the circumstance again different.
Yeah.
Worth analysis. Thank you.
I just have a quick, Jared Ferguson with the PC again. Would those kinds of, I guess, like saying least regrets RNUs, would those be able to be captured in the TPP studies, or is sort of a case of some might be, but not all?
I'd have to leave it to the engineers, but my first reaction would be, I would think that we could develop some criteria and utilize the interconnection process studies to determine, what particular RNUs are most needed. There may be a predominance, looking at the portfolio, looking at where projects are located, looking at maybe new substations that are needed that we feel like, okay, we feel there's a very high probability we're going to need a number of new substations in a particular area or sprinkled across the system that are worthwhile building and interconnecting those to the network and any reliability, other type of reliability network upgrades that would be associated with that. I don't know, Jeff, it looks like you're poised to say something.
Yeah, no, it's Jeff here with California. So I think we'd have to think about that and how does it relate to the portfolios themselves? Because if you look in the last number, you take reliability upgrades, the primary of the reliability upgrades has been, say, breaker upgrades and things that are needed and identified. And in the TPP analysis, as we're looking at the portfolios, with the transmission upgrades that are identified, as well as the generations in the portfolios, we've been looking at what are needed for breaker upgrades, and we have approved a significant number of them in areas where the portfolio has required it. Going beyond that and trying to determine what is least regrets, I think we would probably need to have some discussion as to, because we're really then planning beyond the portfolios if we're doing that, and what direction would you want to give us from that point of view of going there, because it starts to deviate away from planning from the zonal approach to where the portfolios and the capacities that are within the portfolio. And so would require some additional guidance, I think, for us in the TPP to take that beyond there. So I'm happy to have some discussions on that, but we should probably between ourselves have some discussion as to how would that look if we're going least regrets. How do you factor that into the portfolio analysis based upon the approach we're currently using?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Bob. Rayanne again. I just wanted to put the idea out there for consideration for the developer community and for you that if an LCRIF like mechanism was covering some of those RNU costs, particularly really large ones like reconductorings or substations, I wonder if the math changes for the CAISO's proposal for generators to come online energy only for some amount of time. Because that's going to be sort of the big gap for developers to cover. It's like just straight energy sale while your energy only is very expensive in that 4, maybe 6 years until your DNUs are available, right?
So what was the funding mechanism you were referring
The
to?
LCRIF?
Oh,
The RF?
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So if the developers, and just thinking out loud here, if the developers' financing costs are reduced because the LCRIF is taking care of some of those major upgrades, then perhaps that shrinks sort of the developer risk for coming online energy only, as you were hoping they might be willing to do. I don't know if you could build in any hard requirements. It's worth thinking.
Okay, make sure you put that in your comments. How are we doing for online?
We have about 4 hands still raised.
Okay.
You ready for the next one?
Let's go ahead.
All right, let's go to Grant.
This is Grant Glazer with Emanate Energy. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. 2 questions. One, going back to the reservation of TPD for long lead time resources. I'm not totally sure. Is there data available on both TPD that's been reserved for these types of resources and on awards that have been made to these resources?
Benay, can you? I don't know if you got that.
I think we'd have to have a look at that as to specific resources that have, Bob, I don't know in terms of what is public for resources that have been allocated or where that is right now. And then the capacity that we are reserving is up to the portfolio amount. And then it would depend upon what have we allocated. And Bob, I'm not sure where the information on the public for TPD allocated and which resources have allocations.
Yeah, we're working to get that into the Q report, and it should be pretty close to being up to date at this point in time. There may be a few things that we still need to check on, but I don't know, that's something that I think we ought to at least take a look at, and I don't know, Jeff, if you agree, put out some sort of a document that describes it in a way that is pretty straightforward and concise.
Yeah, we can have a look at that and open to suggestions if there's best ways to do that.
Sounds good, thanks. I think that would be helpful and might add a sentence or two about what specifically we think would be helpful in our next round of comments, so appreciate it. My second question relates to this issue of, long lead time network upgrades and the follow-on consequences. I think conversation kind of circled around this point on last Wednesday's meeting, but I'm just curious if there's like a direct answer or a bigger issue here. Is CAISO concerned about LSEs being short on their NQC showings given increasingly long lead times for network upgrades?
I don't know if you want to handle that, Jeff, but I don't think there's any shortage of projects that are able to come forward in the time frame needed to able to meet the RA requirements moving forward. I don't know, Jeff, if you want to speak
Yeah,
to
no,
that further.
it's Jeff here again. I don't believe so. As we look at in terms of what was available capacity before, particularly some of the long lead time transmission planning projects that were identified for the portfolio, there was and has been and is a significant amount of EPD that has been allocated that is not behind some of the long lead times. So I don't think that's an issue, but it may be an issue from the point of view of where people want to procure, but there is capacity available to be procured, I believe.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks so much. We're going to go to a question from Caitlin.
So much. This is Caitlin Leoteris on behalf of American Clean Power California. I wanted to go back to the kind of question and meta issue that Danielle raised about whether these are the right 3 categories and if they need to be looked at separately. I think, from ACP California's perspective, the issue of long lead time resources, kind of capital L, capital T, or capital LLT, really is unique and different given the state's resource policy goals. So I want to agree with what Sumya from PG&E said on that. I think we do need something specific for item number 3. However, we really can't determine what that is until we address more generic or typical resources and the issues in number 1 and number 2. So I think, from our perspective, these are all the kind of right issues, but there's probably a sequence they need to be evaluated in. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks for that question, Danielle.
All right, thank you.
Okay, our next hand is from Mark Smith.
Hi, good morning, Bob and others. I have I'm sorry, this is probably more of a fundamental question about this preservation of deliverability. I'm with Calpine, by the way. I think the base case portfolio is about 1,600 megawatts of offshore wind. So in one way or another, I presume that you're preserving that 1,600 megawatts, which is interesting because, and here's the question, I think, the 23-24 TPP authorized $4 billion in 500 kV upgrades to support largely offshore wind, but that is not in your current TPD studies, I don't believe. Benet, correct me if I'm wrong there. My question is, once you finally model those upgrades, isn't it possible that there may be much more than 1,600 megawatts of deliverability freed up and substantially different flows, so different deliverability constraints once you model those?
It's Jeffrey. I can start and then Benet can add to that. But you are correct in terms of there is just the 1,600 megawatts. With the transmission that's there, transmission isn't, I would say, is lumpy. So yes, there may be additional capacity, and we would be preserving the 1.6. Those, because of the timing and as we were going through, and this is what we're trying to correct, correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, in terms of with the timing of the TPD allocation study so that it comes after the TPP approval. And going forward this year, the requirement was it had to be completed by May 31st, so that wasn't an option. But going forward, that should be looking at for this, is there available, and we'd only be preserving the amounts that are identified within the portfolio. And is there changes that occur? We'll be capturing those as we move forward with the appropriate studies through the study cycles.
But Jeff, the next TPD allocation, I don't think is finished until 2026. Is that I think that's the schedule that you guys just showed. So the effects of the 500 kV upgrades from 23-24 won't show up until 2026. Is that right?
In the TPD allocation, yes.
Yes.
Because that's the schedules based upon, like say, what Bob went through. We get in terms of with the timing and getting the TPD, also the TPP approvals from the 24-25, TPP would be included into there as well.
Okay. So, I mean, from an optimistic standpoint, there could be incremental deliverability that's going to be made available beyond the 1,600 megawatts throughout, for instance, Northern California because of these upgrades. But we won't know it until 2026. Is that right?
Correct, and unless the TPP studies also identify what is and how much is that capacity in that analysis, but that'll be, as we're doing the studies in this year's TPP, if anything can be gleaned from that. But as to the allocation and what is available and what is preserved and in there and which resources that can seek TPD in the next cycle that could potentially utilize what is beyond what is in the portfolios and preserved.
Okay. And in reserving the 1.6 gigawatts, as you said, is there any timeline, or is this just an indefinite preservation? I mean, are you going to hold it until resources actually go COD and then allocate it to them? How is that going to happen? I'm sorry, maybe this has already been addressed.
Well, the allocation, that's the thing is to, I think we're talking about is the process and how the allocation existing is something that we need to look at. But from the point of view of preserving it, it will be preserved as we're looking forward it as long as the CPUC is identifying those capacities within their portfolio.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it.
So really the question is, what is the criteria in order to allocate TBD to those long lead time resources? You know, assuming that, you know, as Caitlin said, you know, she was thinking that this item number 3 is somewhat unique from item 1 and 2. I would agree with that. So we need to develop some criteria that guides us as to how do we allocate to those long lead time resources. We can't go through the typical process where after the studies are done, they've got 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 years to be able to get an allocation. And then after that, they're energy only and they're kind of locked out. So we need to find a process that works for these specific types of resources to be able to give them the allocations that we're actually reserving for specifically for them.
Thanks, Bob.
And Sushant, I see you have your hand up. I'm not sure if it's from earlier or if do you have more comments?
No, I think it's on from earlier.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Susan. This is our last hand.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. So I'm a little surprised to hear that you are already implementing this set-aside process. I know it was brought up a while ago in the TPP Enhancements initiative, but I think every time we've asked questions, it seemed like it was sort of still on hold or hadn't decided. So it sounds like you have already implemented this, and I think it will be very good to have a description of that in the next proposal. So we appreciate your doing that. So can we assume then that in the cluster 15 information that's been released for the intake process that's coming up, that the deliverability amounts, the TPD amounts in the data does reflect a holdback or a set aside that you're discussing here for offshore wind and whatever MIC increase would be there for out-of-state wind?
Yes, that's correct.
Interesting. Okay. And then I was also a little confused about the dialogue you had with Sanjay and then the more recent discussion that you just had. So if you could just use a simplified example, say there's 1,000 megawatts you're reserving for offshore wind, and now you've got a project coming in, because you've got a couple of projects in the queue that have gotten TPD allocations, I think, with those kind of technologies. But let's say, so you've got 1,000 megawatts reserved for in the portfolio for offshore wind, and then you have a 100 megawatt project that comes into the TPD allocation process. Let's just call it Group A. Let's say they have a or so what you're saying is if they come into the TPD allocation process and qualify, say under Group A or Group B, they would have to compete just like any other project in the TPD allocation process? Or are you saying if because projects have already come into that process, I think, and gotten awards. So if a project comes into that process, there'll be some separate way that you're going to consider them? Or I just was a little confused by the whole discussion.
It's Jeffrey. Just can I ask a question? When you're saying the 100 megawatt project, is it the resource type that it's preserved for?
Yes,
or
I'm
is it
sorry if
not?
I wasn't clear about that. So you would start then, you'd subtract out 100 megawatts because that's the project that's coming in through the seeking process. So now you'd start with 900 megawatts. Anyway, I just couldn't figure out, would that project have to, would they have to go through Group A, B, or C, or if you have a D, or are you proposing some separate thing that would apply to them? And did you already apply something separate for the people that came before, or what? Can you just clarify that?
Well,
Well,
we
I
really
can
haven't
go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
developed specific criteria for that. If we utilize the criteria that we have now to the greatest extent possible, then yeah, using the North Coast as an example for offshore wind projects would be competing for that 1,600 megawatts that's available. And as they come in, they would be utilizing the existing allocation groups, and once they get an allocation, then would reduce that 1,600 that we're reserving.
Okay, so they're not competing just against other offshore wind projects. They're competing and participating in the normal way through the normal TPD allocation process. That's how that would be done.
No, I think it's really, they are competing for that reservation. And so.
Okay, so there's some
projects
separate
that are
thing.
Projects that are not offshore wind projects in that zone cannot compete for that 1,600 megawatts. Only offshore wind projects can compete for that. So they
Okay.
would be competing amongst themselves for that same capacity, because really, but for the portfolio calling for offshore wind capacity in that zone, those upgrades would not be built. So really only that type of resource should be able to get that particular capacity.
Okay, so if they come in, let's just call it Group A, assuming they could get a PPA, but I know there's issues around that, but let's say they come in Group A and there's other Group A projects even in that area, you're going to give them, they're going to have it's like an A prime category or something. They're going to be separate from the other projects, even within their allocation group. And they're going to have access to this capacity within that allocation group.
That's how I envision it, yes.
Okay, and is that what happened for the projects that have already gone through the TPD allocation that have that technology?
I think there was if you go back to the hypothetical scenario you had of 1,000 megawatts, that 1,000 megawatts preserved. Basically, I think there was pick it 800 megawatts that was of that type that was identified and had requested, and I don't think there was any others that were beyond that capability in the area. So it basically took, say, up to 800 megawatts of that 1,000. There's 200 megawatts that's still preserved in the area that was identified. So
okay, so did they get priority in the allocation process because there was this reserved amount for them? How long have you guys been doing that?
just one sec here. I think we really just started that in the last, which is where we had some of the resources seeking for that capacity in the last TPD allocation. I don't think there was anything. So they were seeking it. It was within the portfolio amount, and in that area, I don't believe there was anybody else that was seeking that constraint or that requirement.
Okay. There's at least one or two projects that had earlier awards. I think one even has a Group 3 or something. It's in the queue listing.
They
So-
may have had in terms of available prior to that, and then as we added the transmission, I don't think in the last transmission TPD allocation that was the case. But if
Okay,
you have
so-
a specific example, put it in
Okay.
writing, and we'll have a look at it.
Okay, so anybody that came before these big upgrades that were very specific to wind were approved, they just went through the regular process, probably.
Correct. Before
Okay.
those upgrades and the requirements and the portfolio including them.
Okay, all right, thanks for those clarifications. I appreciate it.
Rayanne Quadro. Jeff, do you know if there's any reason why we wouldn't be able to list in RIMS which projects had the long-term allocation versus like the regular group allocation? Would we be transparent about that in the queue?
I'd have to look in terms of the Bob as to what could be put into the queue from that point of view. It may be something that we can look to in the annual TPD report itself, a little bit more around that.
Well, as most people are aware, we are moving away from RIMS and moving into a new process. So we're building that as we speak, getting it ready for cluster 15. So some of those things, I'm not sure. I'll just kind of make a note to Kaylee. That's something you ought to put on your list to make sure that it's considered. Can we do that? Yeah, we're doing it in increments.
Happily, thank you.
So are we done with raised hands?
We have one more hand from Dinesh.
Hey, thanks, Bob. This is Dinesh Natarajan with EA's Energy. So, Bob, talking about the long lead resources and the transmission build out to bring deliverability to those resources. If there is a situation, for example, where the transmission upgrades are online, however, the long lead resources, especially these offshore wind, for example, maybe they're taking longer to get built or permitted and come online. During that interim time where the transmission is available, would other projects be able to, say, for example, take advantage of any annual interim deliverability allocation that they could then use for RA capacity benefits on an annual basis, understanding that it's going to, be temporary so long as the long lead items are under construction and haven't achieved the commercial operation.
Well, I'll take a first shot and Jeff can correct me, but the current process is for projects that are coming online, they can get that interim deliverability, year by year. So yes, that capacity would be available. Under the current process, it's only 1 year at a time.
Okay, so that will still be available, right?
Yeah, it's Jeff, in terms of how we and the mechanisms that we allocate interim deliverability. If there's deliverability that's available, but it would be the same process, right? Is the project would have to be had sought FCDS and would be going through the process, but haven't been allocated FCDS because of upgrades that they have. But if there's available capacity in that interim, until such time as generators that are coming online, that is a possibility, yes, on the annual process.
Thanks, Jeff. The reason I brought that question up is because I think I heard that the long lead or the TPD allocation for identified or upgrades identified for the long lead resources would not be shared or would not be something that other resources can compete. So I just wanted that clarity. So I think I'm hearing that they would still be available for interim deliverability allocation to other resources.
Based upon the same mechanisms we're currently using until those resources come online and that capacity and those resources become then FCDS, then that capacity is no longer available on the annual basis for interim deliverability. But it's the same requirements for the resource that is seeking interim deliverability as is current as to what is the status and where are they in the process as well.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Well, are we ready to move to stakeholder presentations? Danielle? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, sorry. One more question on all this long lead time stuff real quick. So it appears to us that this 1,600 megawatts or so that's in the base case is probably all in the North Coast area. So can CAISO confirm if you guys are holding back anything else in like the Morro Bay area or other offshore wind areas yet?
That is basically the offshore wind in Morro Bay as well for that.
Okay, so the whole portfolio basically is being held back between the two areas, essentially.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we would certainly support the request for this to be a little bit more transparent and, published in a report or something along those lines. We kind of try to hit on that in our comments a little bit, but we weren't really aware of how we could identify what was being held back and the values and where that stuff's being held back, those sort of things. So just wanted to support that as well. Thank you.
So next we will go to stakeholder presentations. I think we have Caitlin Leotiris up first for American Clean Power California.
Hi, Silas, can you bring up that? Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Hi, Caitlin, go ahead. You might be double muted if you're speaking.
Yes, indeed. I was double muted. Thank you very much. This is Caitlin Leotiris. I'm presenting today on behalf of American Clean Power California. We've got kind of a targeted proposal here today, and I will be the first to admit that it isn't maybe fully baked. And I think there's a lot of kind of alternatives and maybe details that could be worked through. But what we really wanted to present on today is a proposed kind of revised Group D treatment. Our intention here is maybe to address two things. Number one, we share the concerns that have been expressed and the issues that CAISO has raised around kind of long development timelines for transmission projects and upgrades and aligning those with reasonable commercial timelines. We also recognize the importance that Group D has played in the commercial process to date, and so are kind of eager to consider an alternative approach to Group D that might continue to provide some of the benefits of the past, perhaps with some additional timeline considerations be used to help better align the interconnection and TPD allocation timelines with more realistic and achievable commercial milestones. So what we're proposing today is a kind of high-level proposal to retain Group D and rename it as conditional deliverability, and then also not to allow that Group D deliverability allocation or the conditional deliverability allocation to be counted as allocated when determining the 150% zonal limits for subsequent clusters. I think this proposal could and probably should be paired with a number of other modifications to CAISO's proposals, including more opportunities to secure TPD and better align transmission development timelines with commercial timelines, but this is one idea that we wanted to put forward. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, So as we thought through the challenges that we've kind of all talked about today, ACP California became concerned that the elimination of Group D in the TPD allocation process would really only leave open the option of having a shortlist position or a PPA to secure deliverability. And again, timelines for that are challenging if you're looking at signing a PPA 10 years into the future, creates significant uncertainty and commercial challenges. So what we are proposing today is to retain Group D, but to rename it again as conditional deliverability. I think, the biggest downside that CAISO mentioned during our stakeholder call last week around retaining Group D was that retaining Group D would reduce the availability of deliverability for subsequent clusters. And our proposal is to just not allow Group D or conditional deliverability allocations to reduce the available deliverability for future clusters. So I have a little graphic there. Obviously, anything that would be allocated conditionally would not be removed from availability for subsequent clusters when calculating that 150% zonal limitation. I think we can go to the next slide here. That maybe sounds like a simple proposal, but recognize that there are probably a lot of challenges that would be created by doing this. And perhaps the most significant one is to determine, what it means to have conditional deliverability and outline some sort of priority for conditional deliverability allocations or rules around how you would retain conditional deliverability allocations. Again, I think there are a number of different ways you could assign priorities here. And we'll talk about our high level outline here. I will, again, kind of note that we're not tied to the details, just outlining one approach that might work. I think there's a lot of different ways you could do this. The most important thing that we see is that whatever approach is used to assign conditional deliverability and any associated priority that is necessary needs to be a really clear signal to off-takers that resources have a conditional deliverability allocation, and if there's multiple resources that have that allocation, there needs to be a clear communication about what the level of priority that particular project has for that conditional deliverability allocation. So what we have, put forward here is this idea that you would assign priority, maybe, resource gets conditional deliverability priority number 1 status, and that it would clearly communicate to off-takers that that resource has a really good chance at getting a, quote, standard deliverability allocation if they were to progress commercially and, get on a short list or move forward to a PPA. We'll walk through a couple of examples. The kind of high-level approach we proposed for this priority of conditional deliverability is that, I think first and foremost, kind of consistent with the TPD allocation groups today, a resource bringing forward a signed PPA would take precedence if it had a conditional deliverability allocation that relied on the same megawatts as another conditional deliverability allocation that had a short list. So kind of regardless of your priority position, signed PPAs or Group A would take precedence over a shortlist position, Group B. And then beyond that, if you kind of have 2 resources bringing forward the same level of, I'll call it commercial readiness, so both bringing forward a shortlist position, perhaps you would need to use their priority status to determine which resource would be able to convert that to a standard deliverability allocation. We've had some discussions internally with our members. I think you could assign that priority based on kind of your vintage of getting the conditional deliverability allocation. You could use the scoring methodology that's in the TPD allocation process today, or perhaps some combination thereof. So we're not tied to any specifics there. I think there's a lot of good options. So we've got a couple of examples just to walk through this at a really high level on the next 3 slides. So we can go ahead to the next one. So this first example, all of these examples just have 2 resources to kind of keep things simple. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
If you don't mind if I interrupt you, I have a question.
No, please.
To understand this. Under the current allocation group D, we only allocate out what capacity we have. So we don't allocate more. You could consider our current process for allocation group D and as well as allocation group B, which is the shortlist group, as being conditional, because they still have to retain it. You know, until they retain it, they have a chance of losing it. And once they retain it through a PPA, then there's no chance of losing it unless they go through the CVC process and lose it that way. So I'm trying to understand, when you use the word conditional, it sounds like it's different than that, because in our case, if we have 2 competing projects with group D allocations and they both can get, can retain it, they both can retain it, they'll both get it. But in your case, it sounds like they're having to compete for it. So are you in the conditional level allocating to group D projects more TPD than we actually have available at that point in time?
So, Bob, I think that is that's what we are thinking in this proposal that's put forward. You could structure it differently, but that is kind of maybe why we're calling it conditional in a different way than you're using conditional for group B or D today. And the reason we're thinking you might do that is that because you would no longer hold back that deliverability for the conditionally allocated deliverability when calculating the 150% zonal limits, you're going to let more resources in the queue. And so it might make sense to allow them to compete kind of for that deliverability. So it's a less firm version of conditional than you have today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sorry, I stepped away from the mic. Yes.
Okay.
And we do have a hand from Susan Schneider too, depending on when you want to take hands, Caitlin.
Sure, no, that's great. Go ahead, Susan.
Hi, this is Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. So a couple of things. First of all, if you don't count the allocations, I mean, part of the CAISO's philosophy, I think, in limiting the projects in the queue and somehow relating it to the available TPD, although it's not the same TPD that would be available, 2 or 3 years later after the projects, the intake projects would actually be looking for an allocation. But part of it is the idea that if with a small study group and some kind of relationship to the TPD that's available, that they would have a higher probability of getting an award. But if you have awarded these conditional, if you made these conditional awards and then didn't count them, then it seems like the projects that are coming in the intake process, you sort of remove that connection or that idea that they would have a better chance of getting TPD. Now, I can see that might be offset by the fact that since they're not really going to be seeking it for 2 or 3 years later, and there may be more upgrades approved, so maybe there would be more to be had at that time. But but is that a? It seems like that it would be a little bit of a shortcoming with the idea that projects on the intake process are going to be behind all these people who have had conditional awards, but you're not really sort of counting that in the intake process. I hope I asked that question in some clear, understandable way.
Yeah, Susan, I think I understand what you're getting at, and I can't disagree with what you're saying. I do think that is a potential downside of this, right? That you would have more resources in the queue and perhaps less of a direct tie to the amount of deliverability that is available. You know, hopefully resources would be able to understand that process and where they are relative to others, and make decisions accordingly. But you know, I think you're correct.
Okay. And so are you thinking if they're, let's say they're a priority number, you know, conditional priority number 2, meaning they have a conditional award, and it's dependent on someone who's saying conditional priority group 1 that that's been awarded something. Do you think that projects could contract for PPAs with these conditional, you know, if they're not like first in line, if they're second or third in line, or do you think a project would be able to contract on that basis, or is the idea that once they got the PPA and they did contract, they would jump ahead because then they would have the executed PPA and that would put them in first place? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I think I follow what you're saying. I mean, I think from a practical perspective, it would be more difficult for a resource with priority number 2 to actually get assigned PPA, right? Right. Ahead of priority 1, but they might be able to secure a shortlist position ahead of resource 1, and therefore kind of convert that into I'll call it a standard deliverability allocation and then contract. So that's the way I think it might play out in practical terms.
Okay, so they would so a PPA would put you ahead of everybody, and like I'll call it, for lack of a better term, position, you know, first in line. But if you get a shortlist position, that puts you ahead of all the other people with the conditional priority assignments, because that kind of puts you second in line behind the PPA people.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. And then you could get your award for, you know, quote unquote, get your award, and then you would keep it, assuming if you were in that group B project, assuming you got your executed PPA, you would keep the award. But as a group B project, you would then have the award. It wouldn't be conditional anymore, other than you need to get a PPA.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks, Susan. I think we walked through these examples talking to Susan, but I'll go ahead anyway, unless there are other hands in the room or on the phone.
There's currently no other hands.
Okay, great. So this example, first example, again, just looking at 2 resources. In this example, resource number 1 got a conditional deliverability allocation with priority position number 1, so that happened in the 2025 TPD allocation process. Resource number 2 got a conditional deliverability priority position 2 in the next TPD allocation process, 2027. And then we get out to 2028, and resource number 1 secures a shortlist position. Resource number 2 does not. So resource number 1 secures or converts its conditional deliverability into kind of a standard group B deliverability allocation. And in that instance, resource 1 would lose its conditional deliverability allocation. We did put out this question. It's probably a separate topic for discussion, but I think the question is just, if we proceeded in this manner, would it make sense to give some sort of unique opportunity or incentive to resource number 2 to now withdraw from the queue, so they're not lingering around waiting for 2 or 3 more TPD allocation cycles until they're out of chances. Again, I think that's kind of a separate question, but something we wanted to at least just call out. All right, we can go to the next example on the next slide. Thanks. Okay, so in this example, again, 2 resources. Resource number 1 gets that conditional deliverability priority number 1 in 2025, and resource number 2 gets the priority position number 2 in 2027. We get to 2028, and this time they both present, commercial readiness evidence. The resource 1 has a shortlist position. Resource 2 actually has assigned PPA. And so kind of in line with the discussion Susan and I were having, because resource number 2 actually has assigned PPA, they move into group A and secure that deliverability allocation. And in this case, resource one would lose it, even though they had a higher priority position in the conditional deliverability allocation priority ranking. And then the last slide, the last example we can go to now is maybe one where additional options are certainly available. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so same kind of setup here, two resources. Resource number one gets their conditional deliverability allocation priority position number one in 2025. Resource number two gets it in 2027, and then when we get to 2028, they both bring forward a shortlist position. And in this example, we have resource number one being kind of winning out there and being converted to a standard group B deliverability allocation, and group resource number two losing that. We have kind of structured these examples so that those priorities were really based on the year in which they first got the conditional deliverability allocation. I think you could have these priority positions determined in another way. Could be through the scoring process that's in the TPD allocation process today, or some modification thereof. Again, to reiterate what I said early on, I think the important thing is that however that priority position is determined, that information is clearly available to off-takers so that they recognize the kind of relative rankings projects have and the likelihood they have of receiving a deliverability allocation if the off-taker were to contract with or shortlist the project. So that, at a high level, is our proposal around Group D. As I mentioned, I think there are a lot of details to be filled in here, probably a lot of other questions and nuances that we could talk through. I'm happy to answer any questions. We'll start.
Hi, Caitlin. This is Bob again. I guess the part that I'd like to get more information on is what would be your methodology for determining how much TPD you would actually allocate to projects? Are you considering allocating everybody an allocation Group D allocation that are active, or what's the criteria for determining how much TPD you have to allocate to Group D?
Yeah, Bob, I think we could think through that a lot more. The way I had been thinking about it is each allocation cycle, you'd only be able to kind of allocate 1 megawatt of TPD to allocation Group D for every 1 megawatt that's available. But by the time you got to the next TPD allocation cycle, you could continue to allocate 1 megawatt of TPD for everything that's conditionally available. So you could add on more megawatts with each TPD allocation cycle. I think there are other ways you could structure it, right? You could award 2 times the TPD available in a single allocation cycle and then assign priorities that way. But the way I was thinking about it was it would be kind of 1 megawatt of TPD allocated per TPD allocation cycle to this group.
We have no questions currently on WebEx or in the room.
So I guess this is Bob. One question I have for stakeholders is, particularly the load serving entities related to this is, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Caitlin, that this would decrease the assurance that any load serving entity has when discussing a potential PPA, whether that project truly will get an allocation or not. Is that something that actually makes allocation Group D less attractive? And you'd rather stick with an assurance that if an allocation Group D actually has an allocation, that if they get a PPA before they have to retain it, then they will absolutely get it. So I'd be looking for kind of the LSE side of this equation to know if this is an acceptable proposal from that perspective or not.
Thanks, Caitlin.
Bob.
I don't see any. Oh, go ahead,
Oh,
Caitlin.
I was just gonna say I very much would love to hear from LSEs on that point. I think this proposal is somewhere between the current Group D and then the proposed elimination of it. So we were trying to find an in between that wouldn't work as well as maybe Group D does today, but wouldn't go so far as to completely eliminate it. But definitely interested in hearing from LSEs whether something like this might be workable or not. So thank you.
Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. I will say that where I've performed those interconnection reviews in that context, some information is better than no information. So as long as it was clear how conditional the deliverability is, especially if we were talking about Caitlin's proposal for like a 2-to-1 megawatt allocation ratio, it would still be helpful to know rather than just be relying on power flows that we're doing externally from the CAISO, either as developers or considering it.
Thanks, Ryan. Okay, thanks, Caitlin. I want to do one last call for questions before we move on, and also see if anyone from the ISO has any questions, just thinking through implementability. I know Bob already asked some, but we have time. Okay. So we may come back to this. We'll see.
This is Bob again. Maybe I just maybe need to make what I was thinking clear related to continuing to keep allocation Group D, which is, still on the table. This is one way of actually increasing the number of projects that actually get an allocation under Group D, where what I was thinking was continuing allocation Group D as it is. And then, but, anybody that gets an allocation in Group D, the LSE would be assured that they would actually get an allocation. And, the proposal that we were kind of considering was, well, then you'd be reducing the amount of capacity that would be studied in the next cluster. Another scenario of that would be you do what I just described. However, you don't reduce the capacity for the next cluster by what has been allocated to allocation Group D in the prior cycle, which would mean that the projects coming into the next cluster would be more numerous in capacity, but at a lower probability of actually being able to get an allocation. Where the process is right now, where we study 150% of what's available, that means, for that particular cluster, if procurement went quickly, 2/3 of the projects get a PPA and 1/3 doesn't. In this scenario where you allocate out to allocation Group D, but don't count it towards the next cluster, that ratio would go down as, those that are allocated an allocation in allocation Group D actually are able to retain it, then it wouldn't be that same 2/3, 1/3 ratio. So that's kind of another scenario within what kind of I was thinking. So, there's actually, I guess, like 3 different scenarios to consider here. So be thinking about that and providing your comments, what you think is the most viable from your perspective. Thank you.
We have a hand from Dinesh also.
Thanks for your thoughts, Bob, and thanks for the presentation, Caitlin. This is Dinesh Salem Natarajan with EAS Consulting. So just I want to bounce off a question just to make sure that I have clarity on this. would this proposed approach kind of like create a transparent pipeline that's going to identify a list of interconnection positions that would have a prioritized allocation of the TPD, so that if for whatever reason a higher priority project fails to materialize or has otherwise not progressed to development, then you have a ready list of projects that would be able to utilize that allocation, or I'm failing to understand the clarity there. So if you could help.
Yeah, Dinesh, this is Caitlin. I mean, I think we aren't at that level of detail yet, right? You could potentially have different levels of information available about, you know, either it's priority ranking of every single project, so that, you know, who is in line. But I do think, regardless, that the important thing for us is that there is a clear kind of priority assigned to each resource, and its kind of likelihood of getting a deliverability allocation if it moves forward with contracting, and that information is available to potential off-takers. So the exact, you know, whether that's a list of projects that's publicly available and kind of in order, you know, I don't know yet, but the important thing is that the level of priority or likelihood is clearly communicated and available to off-takers.
Thanks for that. Let me add a numerical aspect to this, trying to help with this understanding. Let's say a constrained transmission where, you know, deliverability becomes available. Let's say that the deliverable capacity is, for example, 1,000, right, megawatts. Now, the way you see it is, would when you add up, let's say there are, you know, position 1, 2, and 3. When you add up the 3 positions, would all of that conditional priorities add to 1,000, or would they be in excess of 1,000?
I think you said 1,000, but I also heard 2,000. I'm going to say it's 1,000. And if there were 3 levels of priority, there could be then up to 3,000 megawatts of resources at priority level 1, 2, and 3 is how we've been thinking about it.
Okay, so fully allocating for each priority level.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
We have a question in the chat also that says, so would these projects be subject to the FERC Order 2023 requirements, such as GIA execution and IFS postings, to be considered for conditional deliverability?
Well, I mean, I think everyone's subject to the FERC Order 2023 requirements. So if we wanted to have, you know, discussions about modifying those, that could happen, but that isn't specifically part of our proposal.
Can we have a hand from Susan?
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. So it sounds like what you would do is you're not only going, you're going to ignore the allocations, these conditional allocations in the intake process, but you're also going to ignore them in the TPD allocation process in a way. So even though you've allocated this capacity conditionally, you're going to allocate it again sort of as many times as it takes until, you know, people make it to the front or it goes away, it's all used up or something. But you're gonna continue to allocate layers of the sort of the same capacity several times or many times potentially through the TPD allocation process. So you're ignoring it in the intake process, but you're also continuing to do sort of, I guess, I don't know, layers on layers. That's probably not a good way to describe it, but you're still gonna allocate the capacity in the TPD allocation process, even though it has already been previously allocated.
So that is kind of how we were envisioning it in this example. I feel like I'm a broken record. I don't know that you have to do that, but it does kind of create a waiting list, if you will, for TPD.
Okay, and when all the capacity is allocated do the different layers or priorities go away, or does it? How does it? Does it
Yeah,
just?
yeah, I think it
Oh,
would.
okay. Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Once
Thank
it's
you.
converted to
Yeah.
a standard allocation, it's no longer available conditionally, and any resource that had been relying on that would no longer have that conditional allocation.
Okay, so they can't just sort of hang around and hope that maybe some more upgrades would be approved or something that would allow them to keep it or anything like that. They would at that point, all the different layers would go away.
That's how I've been thinking about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks everyone. I'm just gonna flag too that I think the ISO team needs to kind of come together and discuss this a little bit more. I think there may be some changes to the study process involved in implementing a proposal like this, but it's probably a little early for us to explain what those would be until we think about it a little further. So just flagging that. I think if there are no more questions, we'll move on to Eusebio and his presentation.
Good morning, Eusebio Arbayo, EDF Renewables. I'm just presenting a conceptual proposal. We had a fast turnaround from the last workshop, so I would encourage anybody to ask questions or add color to any of the slides. It's about 10 slides. It'll be focused on the development alignment proposal specific to long lead time deliverability network upgrade projects. Next slide, please. So the reason why this is a relatively new issue in the CAISO is because historically there's been a lower barrier to entry for interconnection study process, right, which has been addressed by FERC Order 2023 and the key reform that took place and is filed at FERC currently. So generally speaking, in the past, there's been a lower RPS target initially, or not initially, but one of the first targets was 20% by 2020. Later that changed to 33% by 2020. It shifted to 50% RPS by 2030. And later on, it changed to a 60% RPS by 2030. And that was confirmed with the Renewable Energy Transmission Initiative 2.0 report that generally stated that there was a very little new transmission needed to meet a 60% RPS by 2030. But then there was a game changer where there's a SB 100, which required a 100% clean energy target by 2045, and a legislative bill that was later passed that created interim targets of 90% by 2035 and 95% by 2040. So that was recognized by the CPUC, the CEC, and the CAISO in their MOU that was executed in December 2022. And there was minor refinements. There was a previous MOU already in place, but it made minor tweaks to emphasize the process, the tight coordination needed to going forward. So we saw this new shift with the 2022-23 transmission plan, where there were network upgrades approved, and typically when you have ADNUs that are approved, on average, it might be 8 to 10 years for them to be in service. And if we look at the transmission capacity estimates that are provided, that are submitted to and recently revised, I believe in the last week or two by CAISO, that was submitted to the CPUC, there's numerous ADNUs that require 7+ year timeframe to be in service. So this issue, the point is the issue is not going away. So how do we align with this MOU between the CPUC, the CEC, and the CAISO, right, where you have this, and the way it was addressed was the Q intake scoring criteria and the 150% cap based on available and planned transmission capacity. So the CPUC's resource portfolio that looks 10 years out, and you have specific busbar mapping of resources by technology and megawatts, and that is supported by the identified or approved transmission upgrades from the CAISO. So this is all typically within a 10-year planning horizon. So next slide, please. So this is the conceptual proposal, and like Caitlin with ACP California, it's somewhat half-baked, but it's more for discussion. And I'm just exploring ideas specific to this issue. So the qualifying event is we have a project that's already in the interconnection process. We've experienced that with Cluster 14 project specifically for EDF renewables. But generally speaking, for Cluster 15 and forward, if the scoring criteria is, and the 150% zonal approach is accepted by FERC, they're already supporting that concept of specific resources being developed in specific study areas. So the qualifying event is if these projects, and I don't know if it's possible to foresee if a project that is cluster 15 and going forward is accepted into the cluster study process, if they will have a general, if CAISO will have a general understanding that specific transmission constraints will be assigned to these projects. I don't know, I haven't really thought about that, but that's just throwing out that question. So in the past, a good measure for project viability is a PPA. But when you have LDNUs that have a 7+ year time frame to be in service, is that a feasible option to demonstrate project viability, right? Because we have a project that entered the queue, if it's cluster 15 and going forward, and it's being studied. And Bobby mentioned the, more than likely 66% will be accepted in the long term as far as getting built out because of the 150% cap. So there needs to be some consideration for that factor. But is a PPA a good measuring stick for this qualifying event? So generally speaking, the proposal is to align queued projects, cluster 15 and going forward, to be aligned with the the deliverability network upgrades that were approved by the CAISO, which supports the CPC's resource portfolios, right? So that's already in play. There's a limited amount of megawatts in specific areas. So we know the exact amount that's being planned for transmission approvals. Can we use that as a conceptual approach to deal with these LDNUs? So let's see, I think I might have mentioned that. So another item that I will be covering is alternative contract options. Since PPAs might be premature to sign a PPA that's 10 years out to achieve COD or have guaranteed deliverability. So, and the value of that is you have increased certainty for both the buyer and the producer of the energy in those specific areas before you execute a traditional PPA. So it's just exploring that concept. Next slide. Are there any questions or anybody? No?
Oh, Susan just put her hand up.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I'm trying to understand exactly what the proposal is. So is the proposal that instead of that projects could get a TPD allocation without a PPA, but in order to do that, they would have to follow specific progress milestones, and then at some point later they could have a PPA. Is that the idea?
Yes, so that's exactly the idea. So I'm glad you're asking for clarification on that. So the idea would be that a project still needs to perform. There needs to be performance-based measures, whether it's that concept of conditional deliverability, but we as a developer wouldn't want projects to hold up TPD if they're not advancing their project. But it's challenging in this new environment with Order 2023 and other regulatory reforms to move a project forward unless there's a certain level of confidence that that project will have an off-taker at the end of the road or the end of the line.
Right, right.
So, and I believe that, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. Well, okay. So, but I guess, but so if, when you have performance milestones, so we're assuming a developer that has a project that doesn't have a PPA would still be willing to fund upgrades, proceed with construction or permits, or what kind of things do you have in mind here before a PPA
And
is signed?
that's a good point. So for GI execution, it's a pro forma requirement from Order 2023 that I believe within 60 days of the facility study being released, you need to have a tender GIA in about 60 days for execution.
Okay.
So, and I believe Bob mentioned that his he's leaning towards having a interconnection request for specific projects where there's, for example, we submit a project in cluster 15, it gets included, it meets the 150% zonal cap, and it goes forward in the process. And later on down the line, the intent right now is you have TPD report results before you execute a GIA. Conceptually, that's the intent. And it wants to, I believe, will hopefully stay that way. So if we see results where you have TPD, but you won't have deliverability for 10 years out, the intent right now is to exit or withdraw the project and resubmit it later on down the line. But the question is, if you have approved DNUs based on resource portfolios that support the development of your project in those specific identified busbar mapping areas, why should the project wait? Because it increases uncertainty. If you wait, because there's nothing guaranteed that you'll have that available transmission later on down the line. We'll say 5 years out, closer to the in-service date of the DNUs.
Okay, so you got DNUs, you've got ADNUs, or things that come out of the TPP. So I guess my question, so the projects would come in, they would go through the intake process as proposed, they would finish their studies, and then they would request a TPD allocation, but they wouldn't have a PPA at that point. So, or would they still request a TPD allocation at that point? They would? Before they sign
It
the
would be
GIA?
conditional. My idea, right, and it needs to be fleshed out, Susan, so I'm glad you're asking these questions, but it would be conditional, right? The developer needs to demonstrate certain milestones along the way. But that should be aligned with the development milestones for the DNU.
Okay, but they would still, at the end of the study process, they would still request a TPD allocation. Would they?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
and that would be, and they would do that before they sign the GIA. Would they?
Yes, before you sign
Okay.
a GIA. So
Okay.
that's a consideration for the developer, and that's a good point. Would
Okay.
developers have an appetite to sign a GIA and have financial commitments X amount of years out before the deliverability is available?
Okay, so they would finish the studies, they would request a TPD allocation, they would not have a PPA. So would it maybe be under different group structure or something like that, or were we looking
Yes,
only?
so I'll be exploring that in a couple of slides where
Okay, yeah, I don't want to take your thunder.
alternative
Okay, so
contracting
they would,
options.
have an allocation, but they wouldn't have a PPA, because they obviously don't need a PPA for the allocation, because in your framework here, they don't have a PPA yet. So,
But there should be a
they have
certain
an
level of
allocation.
commitment from the developer and the potential
Okay,
off-taker.
so they have an allocation, they sign a GIA, and then they have specific milestones in the GIA that they're required to follow. And then at some point down the line, one of those milestones would be show up, here's your PPA, right? but it could be down the line when it's closer to when the deliverability might be might be available. So they would know they had a TPD allocation, but they just, and they would have to be willing to proceed and invest in their project to meet these milestones without the PPA, but they wouldn't be required to have the PPA until it got closer to the time when the upgrade was in service.
Yes, a traditional PPA, right?
Right,
So,
okay.
but there's other binding agreements that might be a potential path in the interim before the two parties sign a traditional PPA.
Okay, and what kind of binding agreements, like a signed term sheets, or what do you have in mind there?
Yes, well,
Okay.
I have 7 items. Right?
Okay, let
Some of them
me let you do
don't
the
look as
proposal
attractive
then
as
and
others.
not try to do
Yeah.
this. Okay, sorry.
No, but I appreciate that because it's not fully fleshed out in my head. So I'm glad you're asking clarifying questions.
Okay, and then more general question for the CAISO, are these presentations going to be posted today?
They're currently live on the Stakeholder Center Interconnection Process Enhancement page.
Okay, so they already are, because I checked this morning and they weren't, but they're posted now?
Yeah, at some point this morning, maybe a little after 9, they got posted.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, thanks. Let me let you continue then. I'm sorry if I tried to interrupt you in the middle.
So I believe it.
Hey, Seb, I think you have addressed a lot of this in your presentation on slide 9. Maybe
Okay.
if we jump there and then come back, Susan will see those contractual terms.
Can we jump to slide 9 just to get a sneak peek, and then we'll that way people that are looking at the slides, I know you haven't seen them before, so it might take a little bit to process. But this is a sneak peek, and this is right. This is more throwing ideas out. It's not something that EDF has even considered, but it's more for discussion, and if there's even a potential option to collaborate on these alternative options to increase certainty for project viability. That's in line with CAISO's processes or expected process going forward. So I'll just name them real quick. It's the option contracts, index PPAs. I believe index PPAs might have been in use for geothermal contracts maybe in the 1980s, 1990s, I believe. I'm not sure. Maybe it could be based off of development milestones or conditional PPAs and 5, 6, 7. Or me personally, they're less appetizing, but they're there. I just wanted to include them as well for discussion. So that's the sneak peek, and we'll go back. Can we go back to the timeline, please? Thank you. So this is the traditional timeline. This is a slide that I saw and I thought it was useful. It's from Tennessee Valley Authority, and this is their typical solar project with Ringbus. They have a 6 to 9 year development process, and if you look at the red or the last green bar, that's the interconnection agreement, and it goes into the level 2 process after the cluster study, not the cluster study, but the interconnection study process for them. And this is generally supportive of the traditional TPD and awarding Group A related to shortlist and PPA execution. And this is understandable, and somewhat it worked in the past, but if you have long lead time DNUs in play, where you have 7+ years out, I believe there should be special considerations, or just maybe having a separate category for specific DNUs that are identified. Next slide. And this one's closer to home. I copied it from one of my other, I guess, a colleague from a different company. It was an ex parte communication from the CPUC, but I thought it was a useful slide. And it's the same thing. You typically do a certain amount of work before the interconnection process, but most of it's done after the fact. But with this new paradigm shift where you have more financial commitments as you're going through the study process, and GIAs need to be executed within a certain time frame, I think we should have a closer look at these potential options that I'll be presenting. So next slide, please. So just the general PPA parameters, you know, it should be familiar, but just want to kind of put them out there. Obviously, it's a two-party agreement between the power producer and the purchaser. And it's a predetermined price over a specified period. And the reason why PPAs are used, and typically we don't see PPAs that have an execution date and a COD over 10 years or 5 years out, is because it increases the risk for both the producer and the buyer. So the reason why you have PPAs that are signed 5 years or less to COD is because you want to reduce the risk to the two parties. And renewable PPAs are typically high upfront capital cost intensive. So you generally want a fixed price over an extended period of time, between 10 to 25 years. So I tried to explore the pros and cons of a viable energy-only path, and I just didn't have enough information, and I'm not close enough to those areas of study. So, but I'll throw the question out there that does CAISO's wholesale market have a viable energy-only path to cover cost of financing and to operate the generating facility until the network upgrades are in service? I don't know if that's viable or if there's a viable path forward. There might be the possibility of possibly having an initial phase that's energy only, and you commence full construction once you're closer to the DNUs that are scheduled to be in service X amount of years out. You might plan for certain development milestones 5 years out or 4 years out, whatever the case may be. But those are questions, and I doubt that there's much of an appetite for these options. And next slide, and we'll talk about the reason why that might be the case. So these are more for discussion. It's not one-way communication. These are just general points. But if we look at fixed price contracts for projects that are 10 years out, and we're looking at it from the power producer perspective for pros and cons, the good news is that we have financial security. We have a stable revenue stream, and you have the price locked in. So that's great news. We can move forward with the project. And there's confidence in building that project. So it aligns with a long-term planning, and we can move forward with the permitting, construction, and other items that are required. The con is the market risk, where we don't know what the price of the technology or any other circumstances 10 years out. So there's a price risk, and there might be regulatory changes that make the project in a specific area less favorable. And the second item is the technological issues, where technology might change and there might be a more viable technology that can be used to develop projects. And also delay risk. There might be project development delays, or there might be DNU development delays. So that adds to the issues. And next slide. Thank you. And from the LLC pros and cons, I've heard some of this last week, and I would like for the LLCs to add more color if you like. But these are general ones that I have an understanding for, is you want guaranteed supply. So even if it's 10 years out, you'll have a guaranteed supply. You'll have price stability, and you'll also be able to demonstrate that you're working towards achieving the targets that are set for your specific LLC. The cons for LLCs is also the uncertainty and the risk. There's delayed benefits, where things can change over a 10-year period. There's opportunity cost, there's counterparty risk, and so on. And on the regulatory front as well, it impacts LLCs where changing regulations might have a negative impact for this specific project that you sign a commitment for. So that's why signing a PPA to retain TPD might be challenging. Elena, is there anybody that?
We have a hand on WebEx from Somia.
Okay.
Hi, this is Samya Shastri with PG&E. Thank you for laying all of this out. I agree with the challenges that you've laid out. So I'm curious from you and the other developer community. I think Bob threw out the idea of an auction in perhaps more limited circumstances than track 2. So maybe it would be an auction or reservation for developers for projects specifically behind a particular upgrade. So this is, I guess, I see as some of the challenges that you're raising here is really difficult to overcome. And so hearing this in the previous presentation, I'd be interested in your take and then others' take about that auction idea.
Well, the auction concept was included in the IPE track 2. So it's, we all know, right? I don't know, Bob, if you want to.
Well, just to clarify that, the auction was, this is a separate auction where once projects have completed the study process and it comes time for allocating TPT, rather than using the current allocation groups that we have, just go through an auction process for all the people that just completed a cluster study, and including prior projects that were in an auction with their cluster group but lost out. Give them another chance to come back and auction for what's available, and just kind of have an annual auction process for what's available.
And that concept can be used for TPD as well? TPD, okay. Did that answer the question?
Well, I guess I would be interested in the developer community's, developers' perspective on that potential solution.
I'm pretty sure it'd be divided, right? Every developer has a certain risk tolerance in building projects. And I think an auction mechanism would take some level of competition out of the mix. There's pros and cons related to that. But you would have increased certainty, so you would have less financial commitments for a project, but I'm not sure how it would play out. So you would have, and I'm thinking out loud here, Bob. So a project would go through the interconnection process, right? Assuming everything gets past that FERC. And then once you get to the TPD study or process, you would submit an auction or a bid. Is that the kind of your understanding right now?
Right, in the seeking process, rather than providing an affidavit, for whatever allocation group you're considering, just everybody would put in an auction that, is desiring to get an allocation at that point in time. And based on the auction prices, we would, allocate what we have available. And, guess we'd have to think about some of the more details. We'd just auction everything off every year, and to where, the next, how would that play out for the next study group? If everything has been auctioned off to everybody, do we still, study based on available capacity? So, a lot would have to be worked out through that, but that's at least one solution that gets around the issue of, if I don't have a PPA or shortlisted, I can't get an allocation. So projects get an allocation right away based on, how aggressive they are in their auction process.
And still thinking out loud. So if a bidder gets selected or wins the auction, they would still need to meet certain conditions continuing in that process after the fact, right? So even though a developer was the highest bidder, you're not guaranteed that you will have the TPD that you want a bid for.
Could you say that last part again?
So if project X or project A is entered into the cluster study process that's filed at FERC right now. And they go through and get to the TPD study process, and they submit a bid and requesting a TPD allocation, and they win that bid, right, based on price. And that project, for other reasons outside of the interconnection process, can no longer go forward or fails to perform. We'll just say, generally speaking, the project fails to perform, doesn't meet certain milestone dates, or doesn't meet the criteria to retain the TPD, then that project will lose the TPD that they paid a price for.
Yeah, I think that kind of a mechanism would have to be put in place. And otherwise, if someone can hold on to it forever, then we'd start getting into a mode of people wanting to sell off, the deliverability that they won in an auction and those type of things. So I think it'd be better to have a process to where there is some criteria that has to continue to be met. And then we'd have to decide, okay, what happens, under what criteria would they get their auction money back, and under what criteria would they not?
Yeah.
That type of thing.
So just thinking out loud, my initial thought, and I'm sorry, the lady from PG&E, I'm not sure if I could pronounce her name right, so I'm not saying your name, but the initial thought is that even though the auction process is in play, Project A receives TPD based on the bid price, they move forward, there's still a certain level of uncertainty after that point. So I think for developers and for off-takers to a certain degree alike, but generally speaking, for developers generally want to reduce uncertainty as much as possible and as soon as possible, rather than later. That's the general, I would think that's a general rule of thumb.
Soumya, is that still the same hand? Yeah. Susan also has her hand up.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I admit I'm a little bit confused about how we sort of deviated off into this whole discussion of auctions. It seems like this proposal doesn't have a proposal in it to how to allocate TPD, but somehow is a proposal, is part of this proposal to just auction off TPD, or was that just part of the question and answer to, I'm trying to understand how that fits into this whole idea of you could keep your TPD allocation in the long term before you sign a PPA, and then later you prefer a PPA. But then we got into this whole big long discussion about auctioning off TPD separate from all the allocation groups and everything else. I mean, is that part of this proposal?
No, it's not. It was just part of the organic conversation.
Okay, no, I mean, I don't think we shut off any conversation. I just was trying to, it just went on for a while, and I was just trying to figure out how to, is all that stuff you just talked about related to your proposal, or is it part of your proposal, or is it just sort of a separate conversation?
I think Bob is saying not necessarily the simpler solution, but it could be a possible option for discussion, whether it's included in the revised draft proposal or not. But I think he was just throwing that idea out there for discussion.
Okay, so that idea would be that you'd have an auction for TPD and nobody would even have to have a PPA at all, right? Or something. Is that?
Yes.
So that's why. So that's another option as part of your concept. If you don't need a PPA to rate right away, you have to file milestones. In this case, you could get an auction, and then maybe you wouldn't even need milestones because you've already won your TPD allocation, and now you get to keep it, or you'd still have the milestones here.
And that's TPD. Bob was mentioning that would have to be fleshed out.
Okay, but is that part of your proposal here to have an auction for TPD and also have
not in here, but it was
okay.
I was encouraging because these are ideas for discussion. So right, I'm not committed or tied to these ideas at all. It's more for discussion and further exploring this issue about having a executed PPA for Group A, right, and just kind of thinking about it and discussing them.
Okay, so if you won the TPD auction, would you still have to get a PPA or prefer a PPA to keep or?
No, so I think the idea is, Bob and the lady from PG&E mentioned that, well, if a PPA execution isn't feasible for long lead time DNUs, then let's just get rid of the PPA as a good measure for these specific scenarios for this qualifying event, and measure it or have the option for having an auction mechanism in play.
Okay.
And that
It
could
seemed
be a
like your
possible path
proposal was
forward.
to have these milestones that people would have to follow in lieu of having a
Yes.
PPA, and then sometime later have the PPA. So would the
Yes.
auction, if there's some kind of auction, would that take the place of the milestones? Maybe you don't need the milestones, just later you get a PPA, or you don't need a PPA at all? Or so would that
I
replace
think
all the
that's the
milestones
idea.
you have here? Okay, so you
I
wouldn't need
think
these
that's the idea.
milestones. You would just make a
So
payment as an auction instead of the milestones.
yes. So my question,
Is that your proposal?
question out loud was saying, do we still need to meet the milestone requirements to retain the TPD? And I think that needs to be fleshed out.
Okay, is that your proposal though? Your proposal is the milestones, or is now your proposal?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And
It
so
has, my
Bob was
proposal has
just
nothing
putting
to
it
do
an
with an auction.
alternative. Okay, so Bob was just saying that could be an alternative to the milestones, but your proposal is the milestones. Okay, thank you so much. It's nothing wrong with having a conversation. I don't think that obviously should have been shut off or anything. I just wanted to understand how that fit with what you were proposing. So thanks for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. We okay? Okay, next slide, please. So I don't think any of these have been established as far as alternative options for PPA execution. They're not common practice in the California market, but it's more for throwing ideas out there. Maybe one or two might be useful for discussion. And I think most of them don't look as appetizing. I could only see maybe a couple that might be mutually beneficial for the buyer and the seller of the energy. But this would increase the certainty. And I believe there's a gentleman from SE last week who mentioned that what's the value of a binding agreement? And I'm paraphrasing, so I'm not saying exactly what he said, but what's the value of having a binding agreement if there's no fixed price for the identified project, right? So, and so there might be a discussion around these. If they're not useful, then that's fine as well. So, because these are somewhat uncommon or not in practice today. So next slide. But ultimately, I think the intent, the conceptual proposal is, especially for long lead time DNUs, is, right, securing the future for energy development. There's a lot of uncertainty around the project or the status of projects that are trying to achieve COD, but they don't have deliverability for 8, 10 years or more. And that is a issue for probably the next 10 years if we're assuming that ADNUs are approved 10 years from now to support the goals for 2045, California's clean energy goals. So this problem isn't going away. I don't know if it's worth exploring these alternative contracting options. And it provides financial security that's necessary if we're trying to build large-scale capital-intensive projects, which most, if not all, renewable energy projects fall into that category. And if you lock in revenue streams, then it allows for a developer to be fully committed into developing those specific projects. And if not, and if we're required to sign PPAs or other requirements, then the financial risk is borne by the power producer, and that might have negative unintended consequences. So it also protects in market volatility. So committing to possible contracting outside of PPA execution allows for both the power producer and the utility to hedge against future market volatility. If we're looking 10 years out, there's a lot of unpredictability in the electricity prices and regulatory changes. So this would provide a certain level of certainty for specific projects moving forward. Next slide, please. And again, I think I've mentioned this, so I won't go into this slide, but just, right, it aligns with a concept that's been identified in the MOU between the CEC, the CAISO, and the CPUC, where projects should be able to fall into the fold for long-term regulatory planning and meeting California's clean energy goals. I think that's the intent of this proposal. I'm sure there's other options, maybe an auction mechanism. That needs to be fleshed out, but this is just one possible path, and it's really just throwing ideas out there. The second item on this is just supporting what the CPC is doing related to the Department of Water Resource for the entity that serves as the central procurement entity to procure the long lead time resources that are required to meet California's resource portfolios. Next slide. Thank you. So to Susan's point, this isn't fully fleshed out. This is more exploring ideas to address the issues. I saw the revised straw proposal that was released, I believe, in July. And in order to retain your TPD, you need to sign a PPA, even though you won't have deliverability for 8 years out, 10 years out. So I just wanted to have a discussion related to exploring other options besides executing a PPA. And I'm not sure what the interest is in those options, but I just wanted to at least have them out in the open and maybe explore the auction mechanism. I don't know, that's something that needs to be thought about, but I appreciate you putting that out there, Bob. So with that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. If not, I know we're close to lunchtime.
Okay, thanks, Eusebio.
Right, thank you.
So this is Danielle. I really appreciate this presentation. One question is just sort of along the lines of what Susan was asking, to sort of get clear on what the ISO role in this would be if you're talking about alternative contracting methods and things like that. Is it more to build a process at the ISO that would recognize those alternative structures, or is it really just letting those happen kind of outside of the allocation methodology process, and then determining how to come into the allocation process as well as it fits with every particular project?
The traditional approach and something that stakeholders had to agree on and I believe the TPD allocation process has evolved over time, right? But you have Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. So Group B is the shortlist and Group A is PPA execution. But it seems like there's commercial development issues specific to long lead time DNUs that require a shortlist or a PPA. And we know CAISO doesn't have PPA execution as far as the structure for potential alternatives. It's just demonstrating or signaling that you're willing to explore other options besides. And really that's the bottom line, is just allowing for other options besides an executed PPA or a shortlist for these projects, because the assumption is that there's not much of an appetite from LSCs, and there's also challenges from the development perspective to sign for commitments where the deliverability won't be available for 10 years. So there's little value and so maybe there's another project viability measure. In the past, PPA execution has worked, and I believe all developers want to sign PPAs. That's right. You're allowed to get financing and commit to the other requirements to fully build out your project, but you can't sign a PPA if it's more than 5 years out. That just and that really calls into question the ability for that project, even though it meets the 150% zonal cap and the scoring criteria to be allowed into the study process. It doesn't increase certainty. So what's the value in keeping that as a process for long lead time DNUs?
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch, but I do want to make sure Eusebio gets an opportunity to hear other feedback. And I think before we break for lunch, I also want to know, is there interest in keeping this discussion going? We're sort of at the end of our regularly scheduled programming, but we have a lot of questions, and I think there's a lot still that we could spend some time discussing. And so Bob and I can spend some time over the lunch break kind of structuring some additional questions and more discussion for the afternoon. There are quite a few people in the room here who traveled to the ISO, so I want to make it worth your time. What's the interest in continuing past lunch? Show of hands if you're interested and willing to stick around and keep these discussions going. Okay, couple. Okay, so I think we'll continue and stay if you can, and we'll conclude when everyone's exhausted.
Okay. And Susan has a question, but she said it could be after, if we're coming back, it could be after lunch.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 or 1:05 just to give everyone a full hour. And thanks.
How many variables? Used for building data. Pretty solid. That's the challenge, is having a project.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. I don't think everyone's back in the room yet, but we're going to go ahead and get started. Eusebio is still here. Let's take the hand from Susan. And I don't know if the hand for Susan, was that for Eusebio? Susan, go ahead and we can figure
Okay,
out.
sure. Hi.
There's
Can
people
you hear
here
me
to answer
okay?
questions. Yes.
Okay. Hi. I was thinking as I was going along here with this, what I think is the basic proposal to not have to provide a PPA for TPD retention, but simply to follow milestones in the GIA, specific milestones, and then some later time perhaps provide one. And I just wondered if, sort of the whole general approach. First of all, there's still a question of how do you get the allocation, which may be the auction or I don't know, whatever it is to get to this point. But then once you get your allocation, I understand this proposal to just basically say if you follow your milestones in your GIA, you get to keep it. And maybe sometime later, that's not specified here, but sometime later you'd provide the PPA, maybe when it's closer to when your DNUs come online or something like that. So I guess the real question is if a project gets a TPD allocation and they follow the milestones in the GIA and maybe augmented with other kinds of milestones. I think the CAISO was already thinking along those lines in track 2 with notice to proceed and things like that. And sometimes PPAs have milestones like here's when you have to apply for your permits, or here's when you have to do certain things for particular projects that maybe if as long as a project continues to follow the milestones, maybe it's not necessary to provide a GIA until the CAISO's not yet filed CVC requirements, for example, which are 7 years, much later in the time period here. So the idea that if you follow your milestones and you're putting money forward and you're moving the project ahead, when do you have to provide a PPA, or is that maybe that might be in lieu of providing a PPA, is maybe a general concept that CAISO could consider for TPD allocation, and it might actually make sense. Now the question is, would a developer be willing to lay out the money to start building the project or doing whatever has to happen here before they had a PPA? So I think that's still a question, but it's sort of an interesting idea about how detailed the milestones would have to be and would they have to be specific to the project. So anyway, maybe worth considering.
Hi, Susan. This is Sevio about EDF Renewables. That's a thoughtful consideration, and right. So going forward, the GIA execution is fixed into the timeline, and you might have TPD, assuming that a project enters into or meets the scoring criteria, enters into the cluster study process, and within the 150% cap, and you have financial commitments associated to the GIA. That's a good measure, and it's already baked into the process. So I like that consideration. And then the CVCs I need to review, but I think that's for cluster 14 and prior. I'm not sure if it'll be effective for cluster 15 and going forward, but I'm not sure about that.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I always felt the CVC, it made more sense to, instead of gearing it to how long the project's been in queue, especially going forward, maybe to gear it to, I think it is there for, anyway, to gear it maybe toward the COD of the project, for example, instead of, and which would be more related to at least the construction of RNUs, if nothing else. So anyway, something to think about.
I appreciate that. That sets good parameters for this proposal, and I think it's worth further discussion. Thank you.
Well, this is Bob with the ISO. I have a question for everybody. That's a little bit something that hasn't really been discussed. But Susan, it sounded like you had some thoughts around this about actually changing it. In the FERC Order 2023, where, as I understand it, and I could be wrong because I don't have the new tariff memorized yet. I just get the old one memorized, and now I got a whole new tariff to deal with. But yeah. After the studies, you have to execute a GIA within a short period of time and make, I believe, a 20% commercial readiness deposit, increase it to 20%. That's something that, That's the reason we decided to get rid of parking, because basically, according to FERC, you got to make that posting, and that's what parking did. It allowed you to defer in the old way your second posting. Now that equivalent to a second posting being a little bit less, but it's required, and it's required to sign a GIA, and it's all pretty quickly. How does that play out and impact this overall process to where now people are going to be looking at their study results and know that they have to execute the GIA and make that increased posting for the commercial readiness deposit? How does that play into this overall process of trying to get an allocation? And because that, I guess I don't have the dates of when that actually takes place. Typically, I would assume that the way it plays out, that the TPD allocation process will happen before that is done, but I'm not absolutely sure. I haven't really nailed that timeline, I guess, down in my mind. But I want to see what people think about that. Is this new FERC process somewhat of a detriment? And we need to think about that more than we have within the TPD allocation process.
Yeah, Susan?
Am I still? Oh, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Yeah, I think I guess I was assuming that there would still be a TPD allocation before you sign the GIA, because if you don't know if you have an allocation, then you may not. I mean, if you don't get an allocation, you may not want to proceed, or you may want to sit there, or I don't know what. It's not parking, but you may want to hang out for another year and try for an allocation the next time. But it seems like, do you have to sign the GIA then, even if you don't? I guess it sounds like you have to sign the GIA, but you still have I don't really actually know how that will all work. But I guess I've always thought that you would have the TPD allocation timing is up to the CAISO. So it seems like you would want to coordinate it so that people would know that they had an allocation before they signed the GIA, or at least before they had to start making, putting in all this extra money.
Right. So within the time frame you've got to sign the GIA, I would assume very few projects will be able to get an allocation under the current criteria of having a PPA or being shortlisted. You might be able to get one through allocation group D, assuming we continue with that. Is keeping allocation group D enough to keep most projects, or make them willing to go ahead and make that increased posting amount and sign their GIA?
Well, I think if you knew you had the allocation, that's the conditional issue, with the earlier proposal, I think is a question. But if you knew you had an allocation, I think that's what people are doing now. They are signing GIAs based on the allocations they have from Group D, and then they have to go and get a short list or whatever. Now, some of those people got derailed because they parked, and then now they have a problem with their CODs and things. But people who got allocations in the normal cycle, I think, are moving ahead and signing GIAs and hoping they can retain the allocation by getting shortlisted the next time. So I think that is already happening because people know that they have an allocation. But I guess my question is, do people have to go ahead and sign GI? Let's say they don't get an allocation the first time and they have something like 3 times. They still have to sign the GIA and move, and I think they still have to make the commercial readiness deposit, but do they have to sign their GIAs and move ahead with that, even though they have 2 more tries for 2 more years?
That's the FERC order.
So somehow the GIAs are going to have to accommodate the fact that these projects, well, I don't know. I guess okay. I guess we'll have to see how that will all work. Because and the new commercial readiness deposits take the place of things like the third posting, right?
Right.
Okay, so people are not going to have to come up with postings to meet, for all of the entire cost of all of their upgrades as early as they are having to do now. So I think that will at least moderate that approach going forward.
So it sounds like, though, that as long as we have allocation group D, most projects would at least seriously consider moving forward. assuming they got an allocation. You know,
Yeah, if
if
they
we
get
got
an
rid of
allocation.
allocation group D, and most projects don't have an allocation by the time the GIA is due, that puts people in a more precarious position. Is that correct?
Well, again, depending on the obligations under the GIA, because signing the GIA in and of itself doesn't do any, doesn't have, you know, have a financial consequence, except perhaps you'll start getting monthly invoices for what the PTO is actually doing. But the big thing about signing the GIA now is that the PTOs, and we've had this discussion, are demanding third posting amounts very shortly after the execution, which cover 100% of the cost of all the upgrades. And then if you drop out, I mean, it's a huge risk. So if under the new,
Well, let's just talk about
yeah,
the way it is right now with, assuming FERC approves our orders, it increases to 20%. I don't know if the PTOs, they may still have that opportunity to ask for that same level of kind of equivalent third posting, but at least
I
the
don't think
requirement is
so.
to go to 20% commercial
Yes.
readiness.
Yes, yes,
Um,
but there's no, all of the interconnection financial security language is struck from the tariff.
Right,
It's
it's
not,
now commercial readiness deposit.
yeah, and that only goes to
increases
20%. That only goes to 20%, and that's the cumulative amount. It's not like you did the 10% and now you do, now you do 20. It's just the up to the
Right.
20%. So it's a much
So,
less
so
less of
Susan,
an
the question
obligation.
is around that is that low enough bar that most projects would move forward?
Well, I
And-
think most
and it-
projects,
and it
most
doesn't
cluster
become a big
14,
issue
yeah, I'm going to
within the
guess.
TPD process.
I'm going to guess that most projects that were cluster 14 that got TPD allocations in group D probably are moving forward. I think there's a huge barrier with the third posting with cluster 14. That's the problem. But I think that most of them are moving forward and understand they have to sign their GIA and get going. So the projects that got their allocations. Now you guys know that better than I do. I don't know the universe of projects, but I'm guessing that most of them are in GIA negotiations now.
Right, so my question is, without allocation group D, would people be able to, would they be willing to increase their posting at the time of the GIA?
Well, they have to
Bottom
now.
line is, yeah, I mean, bottom line is, do we need to consider that posting in?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know, thinking process of the TPD allocation process that
Right.
we're putting too many projects into this space of unknown where they've got to sign their GIA, increase their posting, and they have no idea whether they're going to get an allocation or not.
I think part of that will depend on what the cost of the allocation is. I mean, you know, if it's a big upgrades, probably maybe people won't do it. But if they're not that big, and that's an individual, you know, group thing, right?
Yeah. Well, we're finding almost, it's not so much a surprise anymore, but for a while it became kind of shocking how many people are willing to put money at risk with very expensive upgrades.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully
And if
that
you
doesn't
have your
continue forever.
allocation, if you don't have an allocation, I think that will be a big question mark. If you do have an allocation, then I think people are willing. A lot of people are willing to move ahead and take their chances on it. So anyway, yeah, good question.
So let me just talk a little bit more about allocation group D then. I heard Caitlin's proposal, and I'll just give you my perspective on it and throw out the direction that I think we ought to go. I'm concerned that if we give this conditional allocation that's more conditional than it is now, to where a load serving entity really has no assurance that this project that I'm trying to contract with is actually in the end actually going to be deliverable, that they'll actually get an allocation. And I think it kind of vastly complicates the whole TPD allocation process by having to track, you know, if you do it by cluster, you know, priority, earlier clusters, you got a higher priority than the following clusters and all that. I think our process, the way it is now, is much more simple, and I think it's more valuable to the load serving entity that's actually doing the PPA, that they know that if someone has a group D allocation, if they execute a PPA before their retention period is up, they'll keep that allocation. That seems to me valuable. And so the only question left is, do we take those group D allocations and reduce the amount for the next cluster group by reducing the amount of TPD available or not. And I'm curious if everybody's on the same wavelength on that as I am, or do they really like what Caitlin was proposing? And even though it's less likely or less, the conditions are more in flux and you don't really know for sure if you're going to get an allocation, do they like that process better where everybody basically gets an allocation in that mode, it seems like, which to me is almost like, well, if everybody gets it, it's almost equivalent to nobody getting it.
Nobody gets it. Yeah. Yeah. I think nobody can kick me under the table here, you know, so I obviously haven't had a chance to talk to people about it. But I do think, I think you may be right that without an assurance, I mean, if you were back in priority group 3 or 4 or something, you know, what are the likelihood chances you're going to get it, and how will, at some point it's going to be allocated, and can you even tell that given that structure? So I don't know. I think it was a little complicated, but certainty seems more important. I agree, but that's
Hey,
subject to
Susan
change.
and Bob, this is Caitlin. I just want to jump in because I think ACP's proposal was in response to CAISO saying that they were going to eliminate Group D, right? So we were trying to find an in-between place.
Good point.
If you're leaning towards retaining Group D, we'd need to discuss it more, but I think that makes sense. And then, it does open up the question of, do you, close off that TPD when you're determining what, subsequent clusters can kind of get in through the zonal calculations or not. But I just want to clarify that, that proposal was kind of in response to CAISO's proposal to eliminate Group D. So just attempting to find an in-between there.
That's a really
retaining it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Caitlin. The other thing I would say about Group D is the restrictions on Group D. The idea that you had to get, first of all, the retention requirements made sense, but the idea that you couldn't delay your COD unless there was a PTO delay, I do think the parking thing was kind of unreasonable in the way that worked out, but this is personal opinions only. I think if you kept Group D, but you just eliminated the idea that if you don't get an allocation, it follows you around forever. I think that part, I think, seemed particularly unfair to people. People thought it was very unfair because they didn't even get the allocation, and just by asking for it, there were these conditions. But the idea that you couldn't delay your COD and you couldn't delay giving your notice, and that there were some more restrictions on that option because you don't have to demonstrate anything to get it. That was, I don't think that was particularly unreasonable. Even though I have clients who, had got caught in that as well. But, if you could look at the parking issue, and there's no parking now. So if your different opportunities that you have, and maybe adjust the CODs for that. But the idea that, otherwise, I don't think the rest of it was particularly unreasonable. Okay, I'm done. You can probably let somebody else talk now.
Okay, and we do have one more hand now from Kathleen. Kathleen,
Thank you. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Really interesting discussion. Thanks everyone for having it. I raised my hand because Bob, asked a question that felt a bit like you were probing to see if there's strong consensus in one direction or another on this eliminating Group D or not. And I wanted to share that, Ben, we're trying to be very intentional in our consideration of both the CAISO's proposal and I appreciate, Caitlin, thank you for presenting this alternative today. We need to continue thinking through it. This is one of the most critical elements of the interconnection process, especially given how limited amounts of deliverability exist on our system. And the other factor is, especially given how long the timelines are that we have been seeing for projects. So in my mind, like the two critical assumptions to drive into what will, I hope, help us get to a position, which we're not there yet, is how those two factors show up in either proposal, and which is most workable given the combination of FERC Order 2023 and ICE. The two things that I'm struggling with, which is why we don't have a position yet, and so you're going to answer that for you, Bob. We used to be convinced that Group D was critical because our position has been that until you know your costs and your timelines, which are required, like you don't know those until, you really don't know those with a great deal of certainty until after phase 2 today. So until you know that information, it's premature to offer a project into a solicitation process. We have heard loud and clear through the last couple years as you've been evolving your TPD policies, as we've been having, frankly, that debate very, very transparently and I hope productively between myself raising that in the last couple tracks and the feedback that I had heard from the load serving entity voices in the room really has helped to drive the Vistra team a bit more towards, I hope, the middle of the pack, which seems to think that signing PPAs, as long as those uncertainties are very transparent, well communicated, and there's appropriate risk sharing in that arrangement, is not inappropriate. And so that's really helping to drive me towards being more comfortable with CAISO's proposal to eliminate Group D. If we can all get on board with that policy that it's appropriate to go into those solicitations before you have that information. And I think I see that very clearly when ACP is bringing up the challenges of projects with 10-year out timelines. Transparently, I see that same issue with the projects that we see with 7-year timelines that aren't even in these long lead times. They're just kind of the timelines associated with projects in a lot of areas today, right? So what makes a 7-year project, a 7-year timeline meaningfully different than a 10-year timeline? At this point, I don't see a great meaningful difference. So I see the same challenges for projects that are beyond the CODs that we have for IRP compliance right now are all exposed to that same challenge. This is going to cause me to struggle with it with my team. What's the right outcome on that timeline issue? The second piece is that we have such a limited deliverability. I'm really struggling to have confidence that if Group D remains, that there's truly even the possibility of allocations to Group D projects, especially if we're setting a policy that those projects that had not been participating in solicitations before because they didn't think it was prudent are now going to be going and accepting this bright new world and participating in solicitations. That could be a good argument for not retaining Group D. I appreciate the opportunity. I'd love to hear feedback on some of those thoughts, but that's where Vistra is at right now. I'll reach out, Caitlin, if you don't mind, talk to you about the ACP proposal in more detail, and appreciate the opportunity to share that. I think this is really complicated and there's some big challenges, and so maybe eliminating Group D has some merit.
Okay, well, thanks for that. That's a bit of a different perspective. So, yeah, I'd like to hear what your comments are, Caitlin, as you kind of work through that with your team.
We'll do. We'll get you comments in writing. Like I said, we're struggling with this. This is a really hard policy question, so I appreciate the discussion and hearing everyone else. Thank you.
So anybody else want to talk about allocation Group D while we're on that subject? And I thank you, Caitlin, for your presentation. Now, I appreciate your thoughts and time you put into it and the courage to actually come forward with a presentation and allow yourself to get beat up over it like we always do. But so that was definitely useful. So I definitely appreciate that. And
thanks, Bob.
I think where I'm at, just so you know. What's that?
Sorry, I was going to say it's not always, it doesn't feel the best to be in your shoes, and we didn't have that much time to pull it together. But I appreciate Kathleen's comments. I think, you know, we have a diverse set of members, and we're, you know, continuing to struggle with the same issues. So Kathleen, welcome, you know, ongoing discussions, and appreciate your thoughts there.
So I'm going to kind of go out on a limb, having not discussed this with my team much more, but at least I'll say from my perspective, I'm leaning towards keeping allocation group D. And so, and to get rid of the restrictions. And then the only question remains is, do we reduce that for the next cluster group or not? And I'm leaning towards, yes, we will use the allocation to group D to reduce the amount that's available for the next cluster. So sure like to, as you formulate your comments, like to have your pros and cons around that thought. If you have different thoughts altogether, that's great too, but just to kind of tip my hand a bit to let you know where I'm thinking, I'd like to hear your comments related to that. So there, excuse me, any other thoughts about allocation group D before we move to something else?
All right, this is Danielle. If no more on Group D, I think it might be helpful just to kind of summarize a couple things that we heard from the morning discussion, and maybe this will generate some additional discussion that we, questions or responses on some of the issues that we talked about. So first, yeah, thanks so much to Caitlin and to Eusebio for standing up here and putting some proposals forward. I think most of all, it's helpful to hear some of these issues kind of reflected back to us from your own perspectives and to hear from the LSEs too, and providing feedback from all of that. This is extremely complicated stuff. I feel like we've not only opened a can of worms, but we are like in the can of worms right now. And I think it's gonna be a little while until it starts to totally crystallize or make sense to us, or we can develop a proposal. So we're just going to keep working on this, and I think hopefully we can use the next hour or so at least to get some more clarity. So a couple points that I heard, I think almost unanimously, though not everyone spoke up. I did hear that there seems to be a lot of interest in looking at the long lead time resource issue separately from the long lead time network upgrade and TPP project issues, and that it probably is time to start developing a separate pathway for those long lead time resources. I think one question there is how much do we reserve for those resources? Does it have to align exactly with what's in the portfolio? What do we do to account for the fact that there may already be some resources in the queue? I think there's still a lot. There's kind of a second layer of questions there once we get into it that we are going to want to explore. So I don't know if anyone has feedback on the long lead time resource issue or just additional questions to introduce right now, but I'll pause before jumping into the next one, if so.
Just an initial thought, Eusebio, EDF Renewables, for long lead time resources. They shouldn't, since they are separate and they're considered, right, they have a different consideration for ADNU approval, they shouldn't compete with other megawatts, right? So if we're looking at the available and planned transmission for each cluster window, it shouldn't be in competition with other resource types.
Okay, we have
Okay,
a hand from Susan.
Okay, just I want to kind of follow up on Eusebio's question. I can understand that in the current circumstances. Are there circumstances where you would feel differently and where you feel like other resources should compete with them?
Similar to what's been previously asked and discussed the last week or so, to where if those long lead time resources fail to materialize, then what's the alternative for others to seek the TPD? I think it's a fair question to ask.
And this is Bob, just to kind of piggyback off of that question is, there's a potential that if it turns out, for example, offshore wind does not materialize. We may know that soon enough to where that actual TPD upgrade or TPP upgrade could actually be canceled. So that's part of that equation as well.
Then we won't have anything to fight about on that issue then, if that's the case, if the project gets canceled. So good point.
Okay, let's go to Susan.
Yeah, hi. Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I wonder, sort of along the lines of that the discussion you just had, I think that there are some of those projects, maybe offshore wind, and I don't know if the SPTO resources have come into Cluster 15. I don't think so, but the extent that you have any of those resources in Cluster 15, you should probably not include them in the 150% limit for what's being accepted for study. And I think that that's sort of consistent with they shouldn't be competing thing, because if you have already held back the capacity as the generic, say, offshore wind resource, and you have some interconnection requests in this group that are offshore wind, just to be really specific about it, then you shouldn't count those interconnection requests in the 150% that you accept for study. You should accept the 150% and then have them be in some separate thing, because you already held back capacity for them, and it's not fair really to then have them also compete for the limited amount that you have left over for everybody else. Does that make sense?
It's Jeff here. It's for California. So I just want to clarify, when you're looking at the 150% is really the available capacity before what we've lack of a better, reserved for that, or preserved for that identified, in this case, offshore wind.
I thought you said you had already subtracted it out before you put the numbers out for cluster 15. Is that not right?
I believe so. I'd have to confirm that. Benet's not here right now.
Okay.
But yeah, I believe it has.
Okay.
But then if this is a question, and it kind of goes to the first part as well, if the amount that is seeking is beyond what the portfolio has.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not more than
treat
1,600
beyond-
megawatts in there of offshore wind, but maybe there is. I don't know. But to the extent that it exceeds what you've reserved, okay, fine. But to the extent that it does not exceed what you reserve, you have already subtracted out capacity for those projects, and they shouldn't then be competing with other projects for what is left that is really available for the other projects, right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And that's the key of what is it that we're preserving? What is the applications of that resource? And then what is potential above what is being preserved for that resource? And what is the available capacity for other resources?
Yes, and so I'm saying for cluster 15, to the extent that you've already adjusted the numbers by subtracting out the portfolio amounts for that. And again, let's just talk about offshore wind, because I think it's the most obvious one. But to the extent that you've already subtracted out the offshore wind capacity, if you have offshore wind projects that are in cluster 15, and you're going through the scoring, whatever it is you're doing for them, they shouldn't displace other projects. You already have capacity for them. And so the 150% should apply to the non-offshore wind, non-out-of-state wind, whatever else is in there. But that's what I'm saying. The 150% should be for none of the other technologies besides that.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate in terms of that comment.
Okay, so it would be good to get a clarification about that at some point.
Yeah, Susan, I'll write that down and make sure that we follow up to be clear.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other long lead time questions? So another issue that I heard a lot of interest in and discussion around was this concept of identifying RNUs earlier, potentially as TPP projects and financing them as if they were TPP projects in order to reduce the uncertainty for developers around the lead time of those upgrades or the uncertainty around whether they would ever materialize at all. So I think in concept, it sounds like there's interest in that policy or that change. I'm not sure what that looks like in practice. To some extent, it seems like that would already be happening as part of our transmission planning process. So I don't know, Jeff, if you want to just kind of respond to that.
Yeah, no, I guess this is where we have to look at when we're talking about RNUs or reliability upgrades, which kind, how they'd be identified and consistent with the approach for planning based upon the portfolio. So an example would be is we do take into account and we have approved within the TPP based upon the portfolio and the studies and in consultation with and working with the PTOs, the short circuit type issues based upon the portfolio and the transmission upgrades. And we've had a number of short circuit upgrades kind of going through and being approved based upon the portfolio and what it's triggering for the need for some of the short circuits. So that component is taken into consideration based upon the portfolio and what we're looking at. A question that would be is, and I think it was raised, I think either Bob did as well as other individuals in the conversation, is substations or expansion of stations for interconnection of resources. Now, typically, a substation expansion or the addition of a switching station has been basically as an IRNU, as an interconnection requirement for part of the interconnection. The question comes is there locations, and these are things that we'd have to probably work with the CPUC as to saying, how would we identify where, because with the portfolio, what is part of the interconnection, what would be that we're planning, say, for a new switching station to be able to accommodate the resources, because you can't go into an existing station. It could be because of existing limitations or based upon the megawatt and the number of interconnections may exceed what the existing capability. Should we be planning for that expansions of stations in certain locations to be able to accommodate the interconnections? Should we be looking at in specific locations, switching stations where resources are identified and somehow through the portfolio, we would need some kind of directional of those nature of upgrades. And so those would be in advance of to be able to facilitate the interconnection proactively, as opposed to it being a part of where in the interconnection it's identified and that expansion needs to be increased or adding of a station to accommodate in those areas. That's something that we'll have to have some further discussion, and I would be interested in comments. Like I say, is when you look at the interconnection process, an IRNU, a switching station for a generator to connect in between lines, and there could be a variety of reasons. One is locationally, that's their choice, or it's because there's limitations at the stations nearby that you can't physically interconnect into there. And then how do you treat it on an equitable basis across terms of all interconnections? Because not all of those can go into a TPP, but is there some means, and like I say, Jared, we'll have to have some conversations, is there areas that we can identify? Because that changes two things, the cost responsibility and timing, and proactively looking at it. And how would we determine which potential stations would be a part of the TPP, and then recognizing that other ones would end up going through the IRP for some very specific, could be single connection, could be others for for stations. So I think we're open to wanting to kind of explore how, and like I say, how we could coordinate with the CPUC. How would you identify which ones would be and fall out of the TPP and other ones would be a part of the interconnection process?
Hey, Jeff, this is Bob. Just question, when you said that we do recommend some reliability network upgrades in the TPP, are those the deliverability network upgrade driven RNUs that we've talked about in the past, where the placement of a DNU actually requires some additional reliability network upgrades associated with that particular DNU? Is that the type of RNUs that are in the TPP, or is it more than that?
There's a combination that we're, and most of those are like short circuit. So if you have a TPP upgrade and you've got 500 kV, it may drive the short circuit, just the transmission by itself. But also some of those we've identified as well for, based upon the portfolio, short circuit levels increasing, and based upon the portfolio triggering that, basically approving short circuit breaker upgrades, or it may not have to be a breaker upgrade, could be other solutions to mitigate that short circuit for the portfolio amount. It doesn't look to say if the queue has significant more, which is some of the case with cluster 14 and what we're trying to address. It's based upon the portfolio amount, and does that trigger a short circuit? And the PTOs have been looking at, in that long term, in the short circuit, what reliability upgrades would be required and breaker upgrades would be required to accommodate that portfolio. So like saying just before Danielle, is if people have comments on that, we'd be definitely opening, wanting to hear that feedback as to, but like you say, what would be a criteria of how do you determine which ones would be within TPP? And then, like I said, we'll have to also have some conversations with the CPUC as well as to how would those, because really you're going beyond kind of the portfolio and you're crossing into what has been part of an interconnection process. But for the portfolio, is there areas and things and substations that should be included as part of the TPP to accommodate the portfolio? That's what we want to kind of discuss and see if there's a means for that.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay, so those are kind of the big themes of what I heard emerge from the discussion beyond the two proposals that we heard from stakeholders. I just want to maybe try to like call out the specific issue here, I think, and I think Sevia presented this pretty well too, is just, it seems like the biggest challenge here is the alignment of the timelines, that the development timelines don't always follow the same sequence or pattern. I think, frankly, there are some kind of incentives or strategies to enter the queue as early as possible that are creating challenges, probably for everyone, at a certain point in the process. And so figuring out, I think it's incumbent on all of us to figure out what this process should look like, what the best times are to get into a interconnection process, and to start, being held to these milestones for optimal project success. And right now, I think it's a little bit of a guessing game, or every developer's strategy is a little bit different, and that makes it challenging, I think, for us to design a process that's going to work for onboarding the amount of resources that we're going to need in the timing that we're going to need them. So, trying to get out of, and the other issue is just trying to get out of this sort of chicken egg situation we're in, where you need a PPA or a shortlist to advance, but having deliverability improves your chances of commercial success and offtake. So I don't know if we've touched on any real solutions to those issues, but it's something I encourage you all to keep thinking about in comments in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, I just want to throw this out, I guess more officially than just kind of the way I've brought it up in the past, about having an auction process be the solution. I know there's pros and cons around it, but it does, in my mind, seem to solve the issue that, as Danielle just explained, the chicken and egg issue, where you can't get a PPA without having deliverability, and you can't get deliverability without a PPA. Allocation group tries to deal with that to some extent, but it still doesn't deal with all the issues. So seems like an auction process could, once the project gets out of the study process, would have a certain number of years to be able to compete in an auction process maybe, but there's, as they say, the devil's in the detail. There's a lot of details that would have to be worked out around this, but as the basic concept, I'm curious how people feel about that, using an auction process to actually determine who actually gets an allocation.
We have a hand from Kathleen.
Hi, this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I was going to share a different solution. If I can do that first, Bob, I will answer your question though, if that's all right. I raised my hand when Danielle was talking through this chicken and the egg problem and what are the potential solutions. And I just wanted to remind the CAISO and all the stakeholders here that, we've been struggling with this chicken and egg dilemma and trying to come up with solutions for years now. I can't remember the first time we brought our proposal to the CAISO. I feel like it was 3 years ago. We most recently presented it at the Interconnection Process Enhancements workshop last summer. Our proposal for a network subscription model that would be in the transmission planning process that would allow for developers to subscribe to the network upgrades in exchange for a commensurate benefit of having the certainty you would gain transmission plan deliverability allocation in exchange for that subscription to the network upgrade in the TPP. To us, every time we have scrambled with this problem, that is right now, and over the last 3 years as we've been refining the details and working with other parties on it, both at the FERC process on transmission reform, my leadership discussed it there. At the federal level, we've discussed it here. We really believe that this is a viable solution to this problem where we can both help with an equity issue upfront in the TPP, subscribe to a network upgrade. We can get certainty that we would receive a TPD allocation upfront if it's available, because we would have the highest priority to it. That will give us a better chance of getting that TPD allocation. That will allow us to go forward with more certainty into the PPA solicitations. I would really like, if it's time to talk about the solutions, to have a chance to bring that back to the discussion and keep working on that proposal, as we do think that that is the most viable solution on the table. Your auction idea during the TPD is one that I think has a few more challenges because it's unclear what the societal benefit is. Whereas when I think about the subscription to the network upgrade, I understand we're reducing the cost of that network upgrade. I've provided a societal benefit that reduces the TAC. I'm receiving a benefit now of a higher priority to the TPD. To me, as an economist with a focus on equity, that feels like a good outcome. From an auction process, if that were used for the TPD, I would have to struggle with what design and what rules would get us to kind of a similar outcome, with having confidence that it's not just increasing the cost of participation, but it's driving an equitable outcome. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for that.
And
Anybody
I think
else
the
want to weigh
CAISO
in?
said that network subscription upgrade was out of scope of interconnection process enhancements. So if we could identify where in the stakeholder process we can start talking about the solutions to the chicken and egg problem, that would include that as a solution set. I'd like to make a special request that you provide some, just a status update maybe in one of the future meetings on where this type of solution would be able to be discussed. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. We will discuss that internally and let you know where the appropriate venue for that is. I think it was TPP, I think, that we identified last time. So we'll confirm that. Okay, I'm just going to read back a couple of, unless there are any other issues anyone wants to flag. I think we're about to wrap up. I'm going to just read back a couple of actions that I took down just out of requests that we heard today. First, we heard a request for a market notice or some clear communication of the TPD allocation schedule changes. We're going to do have some internal conversations and take comments on that. And then after comments, once it's final, I think we can do a market notice or something similar. I also heard a request to try to identify some of the long lead time allocations in the portal or in the Grid Unity platform that we're developing. That's going to take some time, but we'll work on it. Generally around that issue of long lead time resource TPD reservations, we heard a call for more transparency around the process, what's being used and how that appears in the data. So we'll take that in as well. We'll also confirm the conversation that we had around the 120-day requirement post GIA. I think we want to confirm what FERC Order 2023 actually requires of us and get back to all of you on that to the extent that that fits into this discussion. And then also a clarification that the 150% of available transmission capacity does not include headroom reserved for, or does not include TPD reserved for long lead time resources. Is there anything else that we need to be clarifying in the next paper or communication?
We have a hand from Susan.
Yeah, hi. I think that last item was more, I think that there was already a confirmation that the long lead time capacity reservation had been backed out for the cluster 15 information that's been put out there. I think the question was a confirmation that if there are long lead time resources of those technologies in the queue, that in cluster 15 in particular, that they shouldn't be included in the 150% that's accepted for study, because that the capacity that's left after you've backed out the reservation is for all the other technologies.
Yeah, this has been sorry, I wanted to chime in on that item. Susan, we need to confirm whether or not that long lead time resource reserve capacity, whether that is reserved in the cluster 15 IPE data published. We need to double check on that. So we'll get back to you on that.
Oh, so, okay. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's not clear that the cluster 15 information did have that generic resource backed out or reserved?
So we definitely had that generic resource model. How did we account for that in the TPD number calculation? We need to double check on that part. We'll get back to you.
Oh. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Okay. So Susan, we can clarify both
okay.
Whether it's accounted for in the 150% TPD.
Yeah.
And whether those long lead time resources would be included in the 150% for the study process.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we wrap up? Okay. Oh, there's one.
Just a general timeline for next steps. So, right, last two workshops were focused on track 3A. All right, so hopefully the discussion helps in refining the STRUP proposal. Is there any intent to have a workshop centered around track 3B discussions, or just a general concept for next steps prior to the revised STRUP proposal being posted?
Yeah, so right as of now, the next steps are that we'll be receiving comments. I think we have slides on this too, but we'll accept comments until September 18th. This is the last working group that we have scheduled so far. We didn't think that we needed to go back to working groups for track 3B, just based on what we read in stakeholder comments on that. So we're moving forward with both of those issues, track 3A and 3B, in the same paper, which will come out in, I think, October 21st is the target date that we're seeking for that. It was on the slides earlier. So yeah, and that'll come out as a revised straw proposal. I think you all know this by now, but we're more than open to exploring additional ideas between now and then. Obviously, the closer we get to October 21st, the harder it is for us to incorporate them into the proposal. Has to go through a lot of back and forth and a lot of executive level review too. So I think the September 18th deadline is probably the best time frame for any new ideas. And we will put a comment template up too. I think we initially said informal comments, but we're recognizing that this is probably going to be a bigger set of comments with more issues. So we'll put a template up for everyone to do more formal comments.
Okay, I think that's everything that we had. So this is just a reminder for the September 17th Resource Interconnection Standards Fair that's coming that you can register for or just join on the day of. And then our usual plug for our symposium coming up in October. Okay, so I don't see any other hands. So thank you everybody for joining and for this productive discussion.
Thank you to all of our speakers and thank you all in the audience for joining us today. With that, our call is concluded and you may now disconnect.